Right, folks, here we are. We're back, finally, our 10th year at the Michelin MXNationals, powered by Milwaukee. We are at a brand new venue here at Oakhanger in Borden, Hampshire, military land. We built the most amazing circuit. Unfortunately, we had to postpone, go 2 weeks back because of the weather. It is starting to dry up a little bit, but as you can see in the paddock here, we're fighting tough conditions, but this is still going to be an absolutely rip-roaring opening round of the Michelin MXNationals. Buckle in, folks, we're going racing. A lot more rain since then. Unfortunately, the track was drying out yesterday pretty good. We have just jumped into the 85 race. A few little technical issues in getting started, so we've missed the start of this race. But there you go, you can see Charlie Richmond on screen leading the race, being hunted down. Looks about just to be overtaken, I think. You can see we're doing our best to grade the start area, the standing water, the pit box out there. Yesterday, which you will see on social media after this weekend, the track started to dry out really good. So we're going to get a load of that footage out after this event. You can see the conditions that we're working with here. Lots of trees. It really has been hard work to get, after the postponement, getting this championship up and running. So we have got probably about 50–60% coverage. Camera work, we need probably about another 5 cameramen to cover the entire venue. So it's going to be difficult, but we'll do the best we can. And I'll bring you up to speed in a minute with who's where in this race. You can see it's going to be a real battle out there. There's Hayden Statt. He's hit the deck, number 548. He had a good race yesterday, Hayden. He got a second in the second moto, in very different conditions. The track had started to dry out lovely. You are going to see lots of yellow flags in today's racing. There's Josh Vell, still hasn't managed to find his way past Charlie Richmond. So Charlie leading the race. I'm going to do my utmost to call this race the best I can by trying to identify the numbers, some of their kit. Obviously, as the race goes on, they're going to get more and more covered. So it's not going to be straightforward, but we're doing our best here as the series goes forward. Certainly when we get to round 2, Monster Mountain in Wales, hopefully the weather will be a lot better. We'll get way more coverage of the circuit, and we'll be able to show you a lot more. We've got a camera in the wooded section as well, so you'll see all the varying conditions. You're now seeing the wooded section where we've actually genuinely dove into the trees and cut a track through there. You can see already how hard going it is, and this is just the opening moto, which is the 85s, brought to you by Syntol lubricants. Yesterday, Josh Vell romped to victory, comfortably winning both motos in the big wheel. This is the SuperMini class, brought to you by Syntol. We've got a sprattering of small wheels out there. They'll be scored separately in their championship compared with the big wheels. So we're just sorting out the timing here. You just saw it pop on your screen. We're just going to get that customized to the screen and with the lap times on it. As they're starting to get lap times in, Charlie Richmond currently leads the way ahead of Josh Vell. Only just though, 0.08 of a second. There's Jamie Keith in third. Then we've got Drew Stock, better ride from him this morning. He goes up to fourth. He didn't have his championship kick off to the best. He wanted to be a contender, but he had kind of off day yesterday, didn't get the results he wanted. Hayden Statt, he's now down in 5th. 6th goes to Austin Beastie currently. Sonny Rooney, wild carding, is currently in 7th. 8th is Elfie Getters Green. 9th is another wild card rider, that's Lewis Spratt. That means they haven't signed up for the championship effectively, but they still get to race. Mason Jones currently in 10th. Then Zane Stevens is 11th, rider number 80. 181, Owen Kenningly is 12th. 13th is Stanley Siebert. Then we have number 17 in 14th. That's Harry Lee ahead of Archie Stapley. Then Harley O'Callaghan 16th. 17th is Danny Flood. We've got Joel Winstanley, appears to be the leading small wheel rider in 18th. He's ahead of Lucas Moncrief. 20th is number 1, Blake Ward-Clark, not where he wants to be. So that's the top 20. Bear with us, folks. We are going to get the timing up on screen. And like I said, these camera guys, they are out there. It's wet, it's windy. But yeah, we're doing it. And as we said, as we get to a more favorable conditions at round 2, and certainly a circuit where we can see all the track with no trees getting in the way, we should be able to bring you, when we get to Monster Mountain, some real good coverage and get the whole circuit covered with the camera equipment that we've got. The flag marshals are going to be, they're going to have arm pump as much as the riders, I think, at the end of the day. The amount of yellow flags they're going to be waving. This is going to be a real battle of attrition, war of attrition in this opening round, particularly for the small wheel riders. Talking of which, we have the Futures class coming up next. That is the youth riders, 125s and 250s scored separately. So for those people listening to me here at the venue, can we please make sure that we get the Futures riders down to the start line, please, for their one and only race today. We have changed the schedule to what we normally run at Michelin MXNationals. So what's happening today is we are going to get, the following classes are only going to get one moto. The Syntol SuperMini class that you're currently seeing on track, they only get one race. This is it. This is what you're seeing right now. The Futures class will only get one race. The Clubman MX2 will only get one race, as will the Clubman MX1, the amateurs and the experts. It's only the pro riders that are going to get 2 motos today. The reason for that is all these other classes raced yesterday on a much drier circuit. We saw some really good racing yesterday. So this will be their 3rd race of the weekend for these guys, and then the overall score is obviously accumulated over all 3 point scoring rides to determine the overall winner. There's little Arthur Moore coming through the screen there on the free flow Madison Crescent Yamaha. He's in the small wheel category, marching on. It's the only YZ out there, Yamaha. So representing the blue crew and looking muddy. But he's getting round. It's going to be tough for the small wheel riders. Love the makeshift extra marshal flag there. I don't know what we're just helping out. We've already got a wave yellow, but somebody's decided to add to that by putting their fluorescent coat on the end of a stick. Yeah, okay, so as you can see, the track, do you know what, for those of you that were here last week at the Revo British Championship, we obviously tried the live stream there. That was really, really tough with the radar. For those of you that on social media and what we've done recently around 1, and I know there was some kickback, but what everybody didn't understand and appreciate last week, because we're on military ground, just around the corner is a military radar station. And that played havoc with the signal. So we've gone out, we've purchased an awful lot of cabling, about 2,000 meters of it to try and link the cameras without using 4G and Wi-Fi and all those things. So at least we have got the pictures up and running this week, and we're doing, like we said, the best we can in very difficult conditions. You can see how difficult it is by some of the riders getting stuck. Of course, these are the smaller bikes. The bigger bikes are going to come out and chew this circuit up even more. An incredible effort in the build, by the way, by everybody involved. Elfie Smith and Justin Barkley working their magic the best they could to build this circuit on military ground here at Borden, Oakhanger in Hampshire. So just an incredible effort. Off the back of this, the British Army have also decided to have their first motocross team as well. They've always had an enduro team, but now they've got a motocross team, and they are going to be racing the entire series with us. So that is awesome. And by coming here at this time of year and building this track along with the Army, potentially is going to open up more new venues for the series going forward. So it was the only opportunity we had this year to come here in this window, this time of year. So although it's been tough going, hopefully the kickback or the knock-on effect of coming here means that it might open up more venues for us to go and race motocross, and that can only be a good thing, a very good thing. Right now, okay, conditions are super tough, but we're here and we're working with the British Army to try and improve British motocross, so big up to them. So we are counting down the time here. We have got, I'm not sure exactly how long left on, but you can see the current running order. It's Josh Vell in the lead, ahead of Jamie Keith, Drew Stock, Hayden Statt, Charlie Richmond, who set the fastest lap. That's why he's in purple on your screens. He is now dropping down the leaderboard a bit. Okay, so Josh Vell is still leading the way. I'm just looking on our timing screens here to try and find the leading small wheel rider. I still believe that is Jolwyn Stanley Dawson is leading the small wheels by my reckoning. Yeah, he is. He is currently leading the way in the small wheels. Marty Spires is in second. Just not that far behind, about 1 second behind, I think. Then we got Lucas Lee, a wild card in third, and Arthur Moore. He is out there in fourth in the small wheels. In the big wheels, it's Josh Bell, Jamie Keefe, Hayden Statt, Charlie Richmond, Sonny Rooney. Drew Stock is in sixth, seventh, Owen Kennelly, Zane Stevenson ninth, and Lewis Spratt, as you can see on your screen at home. That was more for the people here at the venue that can also hear our live stream commentary is also going out around the venue, in case you're wondering why I'm preaching to those that can see the screen. But yeah, I'm pleased to say that we are live on Dirt World TV. Again, please bear with us, guys. It's a tough new circuit, not only with the trees and, like we said, all the problems you had last week with signals and whatever. We are going to get to other venues soon enough where we can have virtually 100% coverage of the whole track. Tracks like, for example, when we go to Cusses Gorse, we'll have no issues there. We'll have no issues at Monster Mountain, getting all the track there. So, and there's other venues that we go to. Preston Docks, we should be able to get total 100% coverage of the track as well. Hawkstone, we won't be far off either. And of course, when we go back to Oakhanger Moto Parc, right, we've got the race winner down there with Callum. So let's throw to him and see if he's being able to grab a very muddy down in the winner's circle with Josh Bell. So let's throw to Callum, see what Josh has got to say for himself.
Josh, I can't imagine that was a nice experience, was it?
No, I was just hoping my bike got to the end, really. It was wet, steep, didn't think it was going to make it.
Were you trying to conserve the engine and just make sure you didn't push it too much?
Yeah, I weren't digging into any of the ruts, I was just trying to keep on the hard stuff, using my head really just to make it to the end of the race.
Yeah. Is there anyone particularly you want to thank?
I'd like to thank SJP Moto, everyone else, and then my mum and dad, really.
Yeah. Well, you did a great job, and guys, he did that with no front brake as well, so well done. Congratulations on the win. You can get yourself all washed up now because that's the only race of the day, so there we are. Good luck. Back to you, Jeff.
Okay, the Michelin MXNationals, as it says in the title, is supported by Michelin. They've been with us for 10 years. Without them, we wouldn't have done this whole series. So big kudos to those guys. And also this, the new Michelin Starcross 6. A lot of riders are going to be needing this scoop tyre this weekend around a very deep and tough Oakhanger circuit.
Every day it's like a new adventure. You know, you can be on different kind of track. You can ride motocross, some track, and yeah, every track are really different. The way of riding your bike, the technical, everything, and it's really what I like when I ride.
Okay, it's not the first time I've been in the doghouse. In fact, on a weekly basis, I'm in the doghouse at home. But that's what we call it here at the Michelin MX Nationals. This is the little start hut where the starter looks through this gap here, sees the 15-second board. When it turns to 5, the starter will push on this pedal real hard and down drops the gate. Now, if you're ever wondering why there's a little box, it's so the riders can't look over their shoulder either side and try and predict when he's going to press the pedal. So that's why we have what we call the doghouse. And yet again, I'm in it. To the action here, you're currently watching the Futures basically going out on their sighting lap. This is not a race yet, the race hasn't started. They're going to get one moto today. We've changed the schedule. So yeah, this is them just having a sighting lap, and for those that wish to take it, some will decide to sit back in the paddock waiting zone and basically keep their tyres clean to try and get more traction off the grid, and keep all their kit clean and dry and whatever. So you're not seeing all the riders. Some will definitely sit this one out and just hope to get a good start and then find out where they're going on the opening lap, basically. You can see just on screen how the track is pretty tough. We tried to seal it up the best we could last night after yesterday's racing, for anticipation for this this more rain that has come down. But I've got to say, it's been a lot of water in the ground anyway prior coming in. That's why we had to postpone 2 weeks ago. You can see on the screen right now that particular corner is very deep, and we're only in one race in with the 85s at this point. Down the end of that straight there, you can see on screen is the pit signaling area, and those guys, all the pit crew, have got an equally tough weekend. In some cases tough or tougher than the riders, to get the communication to the rider, let them know where they are in the race, then of course get the bike all prepped. The flip side of that today is this group, everybody other than the pros are only having one moto, so there's not that manic rush between motos to prep the bike. You can see how difficult it is on the sighting lap. We've already got riders going down. There you go. Can't quite see the number of that one. On the tabletop down the back, it's already rutted out. It's just going to be tough going, but that's what motocross is. We get good weekends where the weather is amazing, all is good, the bikes hardly get dirty, and then we get weekends like this. But you've got to be in it to win it. And I guess that old saying where you've got to be able to ride any condition if you want to be a motocross champion, particularly a British motocross champion, and that's what this is. It's a British title. So we're just going to get them stacked and racked to get on behind the gate. And this will be the moto today for the Futures, which is 125 and 250 youth riders. Doesn't bode well when you're crashing on the sign lap. That doesn't give you the confidence going into racing, but there we go. These kids getting thrown in the deep end. If they want to get better and learn, that's they're going to learn a lot this weekend, I can tell you that. But again, just a massive kudos to the work that's gone into this. It is such a pity from our point of view that we've had the weather that we've had, because this venue, said it yesterday on commentary before we were going live, it's got so much potential. We've come in, it's been a last minute decision in the grand scheme of things to come here, but when the opportunity to come and get on this bit of land and build a track, and we only had this small window to do it this year, it was an opportunity that we just couldn't turn down, because it was all kind of like, come here, build a venue, see how it is, and that gives us scope going forward with the British Army to potentially find more venues. So on that side, as much as it's maybe like not the best time of year to come here, the offset of that is potentially we are going to, by coming here, it looks like we might free up other venues. Got people just scanning out the track out there at the minute. They don't even know they're on the live stream, getting some coverage. Now, this is where if they go head over heels, it'll be comedy gold. But they didn't. I won't wish that on anybody, but I just did then, didn't I? So we're going to get them lined up. In the meantime, we'll probably just go to a quick advert, and we'll come back to you in a moment with more action. Okay, it's not the first time I've been in the doghouse. In fact, on a weekly basis, I'm in the doghouse at home. But that's what we call it here at the Michelin MXNationals. This is the little start hut where the starter looks through this gap here, sees the 15-second board. When it turns to 5, the starter will push on this pedal real hard and down drops the gate. Now, if you're ever wondering why there's a little box, it's so the riders can't look over their shoulder either side and try and predict when he's going to press the pedal. So that's why we have what we call the doghouse. And yet again, I'm in it. Okay, you can see the riders from our static camera here focusing on the start. So you can see them getting down there. How many people are watching the stream? Does anyone watch it? It's wet. We got a feature that we'll show a bit later on in the broadcast about the start grids. So yesterday they were out there with a broom, all fighting over 2 brooms for 40 riders to try and clean their start grid. Today it's a lot wetter, so I think like you're just fighting a losing battle, I would have thought, down there with a brush trying to clear that off. So this is the Futures 3rd moto of the weekend, brought to you by Fly Racing. So yesterday, I'm just trying to think, so Billy Askew on the GTCI Revo Kawasaki in absolute dominant form, picking up where he left off last week from the Revo British Championship. He went 1-1 yesterday. Same in the 125s with Rhys Jones. On the SJP Moto KTM 125. So those two were the dominant riders. This is the same age group. These kids from sort of 14, roughly 14 up to sort of 17 years of age. But we've got 125s and 250s racing together, but they're scored separately. That's how this one's going to work. Okay, gate drop, and we are away. Their third and final moto of round one of the Michelin MXNationals powered by Milwaukee. It is Billy Askew with another flyer. That does not bode well at all for the rest of the crew here, because when he gets a clear track, he stepped up last year's 85 champion straight onto the 250. He's a sublime rider anyway, but his power to weight ratio on that bike as well, and he's just gone into the distance. Yesterday, he came round on the first lap most of the time with, on average, about a sort of 5-second lead by the time they crossed the stripe on the opening lap. So you can see the standard water starting to come through there. It's got to be a long race. It's not a long race. I mean, for these kids, it's going to be a 15, I think, +1 race. But it will feel a lot longer than that, I can tell you. As they come through the rollers there, they're standing up pretty well at the minute, and then into the trees. So we're starting to sort of give you an idea of what a lap's like around here. We've not got coverage of the entire lap, so they come out of these trees, they do it like kind of right, left, down a little straight, and we lose them for a little bit because we haven't got the cameras covered. Then you're going to see Billy come down this long stretch, big sweeping sort of straight, big sweeping left-hander, goes on for a long time. Here he comes. That's your race leader on this more sort of, when it's dry anyway, powdery white satin. Look at him through there. I tell you what, the kid is looking awesome. Going back to the tail end of the field, you can see the contrast in soils there. It's a black peatier kind of sand in the woods, and then we get to the back section, and we'll be able to pick Billy up soon again as he comes round. Here he comes on camera 5 on my view interview. There he goes. He's already gone through, and he's leading now down to the pit signaling area. There he is. This switchback. He's going to go past all the pit crew at the end of the straight. There they are, all leaning over the fence, and then he comes back across the start-finish line area to complete one lap. There he goes, round the corner. That's the finish line there, the finish jump. And that's everybody going over there. Look at this amount of water we've had here, even in this sand. So Billy Askew leading the way ahead of Bayliss Utting. Liam Bennett is third on the opening lap. Dominic Newbury for fourth. Jack Taylor currently in fifth. Leading 125 rider is number 99. Leading 125 rider is definitely Jack Taylor. No, Jake Walker, sorry. Just trying to find out. Yeah, so anyway, Walker was 6th. 7th was Hudson Roper. 8th in the actual race is Wesley McGavin. He's the second 125 rider through. Rhys Jones, currently in 9th in the race, but your third place 125 rider. There you go. That's your top 3 in the 125. Cade Rains, 10th. Then it's Mackenzie Marshall for 11th. 12th is Lee Cameron. Karen, 13th. Levi Saunders currently finds himself in 14th. Riding injured is Harrison Greenoff in 15th. He's ripped all his ligaments off his hip and whatever, playing dodgeball at school, of all things. But he's out there toughing it up. with a knee and hip injury. Ty Jones for 16th, 17th is Seth Manners. Ollie Bubb out there on the 125. Yamaha is in 18th, 19th is Chester Hyde. Declan Wright for 20th. 21st currently is Jack Beery, then is Sid Putnam. Cody Spicagna is in 23rd ahead of Curtis Roberts. Tyler Jones for 25th, 26th is Braden Tucker. Then we got Jake O'Gorman in 27th, Gus Musto 28th, 29 is Tyler Kirby, then it's Talon Leask. Little story about Talon, they live in the Shetland Islands, so they make an unbelievable journey to every round of the Michelin MXNationals. I think a couple of boat journeys or one. It's basically taken them about 17 hours to get here. So Talon, you're a star for supporting the series and coming out racing. And then we, finally in 31st, we got Jack Ranner. So that's the runners there. Whoa, we're getting tired. See, I'm fortunate here in the commentary booth to get to see all the screens simultaneously. So we're trying to keep switching it around. Our camera crew, first, they're here obviously covering motocross and trying to keep up with identifying riders while spinning round. We're trying to eliminate that the best we can so you don't feel seasick. But yeah. This, what you're currently seeing on screen, that back sandy section is always a good place to film those guys. You can see how difficult it is getting up over the tabletop. Coming through the rollers, there's number 104, Reese Jones. I'm not sure what position he's up to now in the 125s. There's still Askew leading the way. He's got a 12-second gap over Bayless Utting for second. Another 5 seconds behind is Liam Bennett. Jack Taylor, in turn, is 9 seconds behind Bennett. So they are definitely getting spread out. Leading 125 rider is still rider number 99. Jake Walker, sorry. Okay, we got wave yellows. Who's that down there? Oh, is that? No, I thought that was Walker for a second. That's looks like rider number 11 to me on the plate. Yeah, that's Jack Ranner. He's down there in 31st position, and he's dropped further back. There's Ollie Bubb on that bright blue free flow cab screens, Yamaha, not cab screen, sorry. Madison Crescent Yamaha. A lot of new riders, riding for new teams. Ollie's one of them. As is your race leader, Billy Askew. He's, as we said, he's moved up. Last year's champion in the 85s, prolific in that. Okay, we're on screen. Is that Liam Bennett gone down? I can't see. I don't think it is. Although he's got number 5 on his back. Don't think that's Bennett. It's difficult to say, obviously, but they're finding it tough. No, it could be. I think we might have 2 number 5s out there in this one. It might be Bennett, actually. It's difficult to say. Yeah. So he could have well have gone out a 3rd spot there. Could have been Jack Beery, actually. So he's number 5. This is why British riders would have the right name and number on their bike. Don't think that was Bennett. Sure, that could have been number Well, they had number 5 on his back. That could have been number 51, Jack Beery, that was on the deck. I thought that wasn't Bennett, so bear with us on that one. If they're running with the wrong number in these conditions, it's hard to identify the right rider. There's Harrison Greenoff, toughing it out, as he said, with that injury. A lot of waved yellows. Well, it's going to be interesting to see at the end of this one how far up Billy Askew, if he keeps it on the island and keeps it on 2 wheels. There's Bennett there on the white bike, the Husqvarna. That's your current rider that going through that was in 3rd on screen. There's your race leader, Billy Askew, on the GTCI Revo Kawasaki as he drops into the bomb hole and round the into the wooded section of the track. There he goes, dropping down that very slick bit. He's riding all the insides. Quite surprising, really. I thought he'd be carrying more momentum, but whatever he's doing, it's working. For those Reece Jones fans, I can tell you now, as you can see on screen, he is now up into 4th in the race, but leading the 125 category. So it's looking like good for him for a clean sweep, as it is for Askew. Is that Askew there coming round? Yeah, he is absolutely flying. Bike is starting to steam quite a lot, so that would suggest that his radiators are starting to clog up. That bike's getting hot. Will he bring it home? I'm sure he will. Even sometimes when these 4-strokes run out of water, they still keep going for some considerable time before they let go. And it's only just started steaming, so he should be okay. This is an 18-minute plus 1 lap moto they're going to get here. We've got 4:36 on the clock to go, plus 1 lap for Billy Askew and the rest of the crew out there. Got riders going all angles. There he is. You can tell the race leader, because he is just that much faster than anyone else out there at the minute. Goes off round into that back section. We'll be able to try and pick him up as he comes down the rollers. He's gone out of shot, then they go round a right, left, big bowl turn, and then they come back down the rollers. Here he comes. He'll be coming down here shortly. We'll try and pick him up. Here he comes. We're going to try and pick him up on screen as he comes through the rolling section. Quickly comes back through screen into the wooded section. So he hasn't got the 1 lap board to go yet. We've still got 3 minutes plus 1 to go. Here he comes. He should be on this, what you're seeing at home now on this screen. Hard to pick up the riders, but Billy is in that green bike and he's the one going the quickest. So if we stay on this camera angle, he should come round any minute. Unless he's going that quick, we've missed him through there as well. Don't think we have. That looks to be him, the second rider on screen. No, he's the first one. There he is. Up on the pegs, balls of his feet. Being coached by the RMJ Academy, Ash Wild, and Billy's been a smooth rider from the moment he kind of burst onto the scene, but he's definitely got great technique. As we swing around to some of the other cameras, you can now start to see it's really starting to rut out now, particularly this back section as they lead round to the pit signaling area. Billy Askew's going to come into view on this section. There he is. So we kind of followed him best we can for a lap. We missed him on a couple of cameras, but there he goes past the pit signaling area. The pit board will come out. You can see it being held out there, down there. Away he goes on another lap with a 35-second lead over Bayliss Utting. That's some ride. Oh, we got carnage there. Let's stay on that camera. Try and work out who that is. Plenty of fallers on this tabletop. What makes it really bad is it's got like a little pre-jump before it, so you can't, your wheels go even lighter, and then you've got to line up the right. It's not a straight run in. There's Bennett filling in one of our clerk of the course, and race directors Paul Irwin. I don't think wearing a white sleeve coat on today is the best thing you can be doing. There's Askew once again through the rollers. We're just about being able to identify him on that green GTCI Revo Kawasaki. Okay, for all you fans out there who've got riders you want to support in the 125 class or whatever, this is the current running order of the 125 category. On your screens at home, you're just seeing the top 10 as they stand in the race. But separated by class, the leading 125 rider is 104, Rhys Jones, therefore taking maximum points, currently ahead of Jake Walker in second. Wesley McGavin is currently third in the 125. Dennis Chester Hyde for fourth, rider number 57. Levi Saunders, number 10, is in fifth, ahead of number 44, Ollie Bubb. Seventh is Harrison Greenoff, number 417. Then it's Cody Spicagna, number 426 in eighth. Gus Musto in ninth. And just suddenly lost all that in front of me. All that information just suddenly disappeared. I told you, honestly, getting signal around this place with 4G and whatever, so apologies for that. As my timing screen just dropped out. Ollie Bubb footing his way up that tabletop, nearly went down there, but his long legs saved the day in that case. Again, for everybody here on site that can hear the commentary going out, could we please make sure that we've got the Clubman class ready? That's the Clubman MX2 class, brought to you by Worx Sports. No, it's not. It's brought to you by Spiral Graphics, that class. So could we please get the Clubman MX2 riders ready for their race, which is coming up next? Billy Askew. Time is going to elapse. It's 17:30 on the clock, so next time he goes past the finish line, it'll be one lap to go for Billy Askew. Okay, the time has elapsed, therefore Billy Askew, if he hasn't crossed the line already, he would have received the one lap to go board. That's him there on screen. I think I can identify that as Billy, so when he comes over the finish line here, he's just about coming up to the finish line, he should get, there he is, the one lap to go board. There he goes over the line. In fact, the checker tag, he'd already taken it, so hopefully Callum is down there. I'm not sure if he is. Yeah, he is. Callum's going to grab a word with him. So let's just make sure that if Billy takes at least his goggles off. Callum, just give us a moment down there, and when you're ready, we'll hand over to you.
bit of difference, mate.
We are live with Little Bill on the GTCI Revo Kawasaki. Bike held up, you held up, mate. That was what's going to stop you this year?
Tell you what, these bikes are great. That's one of the toughest tracks in the minute, and this bike just went straight through it like it was nothing. So I'm happy to bring the bike home, bring myself home nice and good. So I'm over the moon, really.
I think when a track's like this, I mean, obviously, evidently, it's not ideal. There is more to just going quick, isn't it? There's a lot more going through your head. You've got to save your clutch, save the brakes, everything. Is that going through your mind?
Yeah, of course that's going through your mind. You got to bring the bike home, so you got to stay off the clutch and just ride nice and safe and bring the bike home, really, which I did, so I'm really happy.
Look at them as well, eh? Still got a lovely, clear bit of vision there. Who's doing your goggles?
Goggle Tech, Bob at Goggle Tech, so thank you for him there. Vision was perfect the whole race, so thank you very much.
I knew we would love that anyway. So well done anyway. That's you done for today. Get yourself cleaned up there, mate. Well done. Well done.
Well, two observations I just saw from that interview that Callum did there with Billy Askew. One, Callum, that's probably not the best colour trousers to be wearing today. And two, I joked with Billy Askew yesterday about growing some facial hair. It looked like he'd grown a full beard in that interview there with the amount of mud around his face. Just goes to show how tough it is out there. I mean, you could hardly see Billy's mouth because of the wet sand. Us motocrossers love it, though. I'd like to know how much dirt a motocross rider actually digests in his career. Quite a lot, I should imagine. So, an emphatic weekend for the GTCI Revo Kawasaki rider Billy Askew, starting his championship off in some real form there, starting where he finished off in the 85 category. Up next, we have the Clubman MX2 class. And they're brought to you by the guys at Spiral Graphics, sponsoring that class. So thanks to Jake Preston and his team for that. While we wait for them to come in on the rest of this race and the sighting lap, we've got some. There we go. There we go. We're not on screen yet, but we will be in a mo, just to give you an idea. There we go. Hi, viewers. This is what we're working in today. Listen, this is not normally like this. We normally have like a nice setup, but because everything's so chaotic and mental out there at the minute, we've had to keep a lot of equipment in here. So this is the kind of nerve safe. I'm going to show you a little bit. Actually, I'm going to even take the camera off there. I probably shouldn't do this, but there we go. That's what there you go. That's Kieran. He's doing what he does, getting his stuff done in there. So we're being a bit impromptu. Look at the cabling and wires down there. There you go. And look at the impromptu seat that he's working under. So that gives you an idea. We go off this camera now. You don't want to see something me all day. You enough to see the rider. So I'll put that back. We'll go back to another camera if we can. Kieran, can we just go to another thing while I put this back into position? There we go. Right, so... yeah, what we've got coming up now then is we got the Clubman MX2. They're going to get one moto today. And then after that, we're going racing with the pros. They're opening moto. They're going to get two. And that's brought to you by the good guys Apico and Leatt, sponsoring each class respectively, MX1 and MX2. In the meantime, we're going to go just very quickly to another quick advert. And we'll come back with some more action in a short while. Right, it's been a long time since I've done any manual labour. I mean, look at those hands. You can tell that. So, I'm down on the start line. We were the first nationals in the UK to introduce the mesh start grid. Obviously, they had them at GPs. But here at Oakhanger, you can see the wet sand. So, our start crew have to go along each and every one of these the best they can and try and get the sand out between each start. Clearly, I didn't put my back into that, nor am I going to. That is somebody else's responsibility. But that's what goes on down here at the start line at the Michelin MXNationals when we have sandy conditions. Let's go and see who gets off the gate first. As soon as that 5-second board goes up, the revs go up, their eyes come out on stalks, focusing on the gate to get that all-important good start. It makes such a difference to your race. Okay, the Michelin MXNationals, as it says in the title, is supported by Michelin. They've been with us for 10 years. Without them, we wouldn't have done this whole series. So big kudos to those guys. And also this, the new Michelin Starcross 6. A lot of riders are going to be needing this scoop tyre this weekend around a very deep and tough Oakhanger circuit. Okay, welcome back to the live stream. As you can see, yeah, tough times. now been joined in the booth, mainly probably because I criticised his choice of colour trousers, and he don't want to get them covered in wet sand. We are now joined, got Callum in the booth. We're ready to go with Callum. We're going to call it together, and then we're going to take turns to get out there and talk to the winners. Hold on, mate. Let's just see if you... I think you're all on, or you're all good. Okay, 1 minute. We just got a little technical issue with Callum with getting his sound out.
One, two. There we are. So just address the comments about my tyres. Tyres. You've got tyre in my head. Sorry, Neil was reminding me about the tyre changing video that went round about me on on Facebook. But yeah, to address Jeff's comment about my trousers, there was actual thought that went into that. I thought, wear sand-coloured clothes. That was where I went in my mind.
Yeah, well, that shows where your mind's at, because you're thinking desert sand.
Yeah.
Not Hampshire Borden wet sand.
I agree. It was a wardrobe malfunction.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, we're live. There we are. I've got mud on my face. Wish someone had told me that. Wait, which eye? Oh, it's the other eye.
You're not even riding.
I'm all backwards.
We should never put a camera in here now. Like, the vanity will go.
There's no vanity with me, mate. Yeah, no, I was getting quite jealous of you being in here in the warm, but after sitting here, I was actually warmer outside standing up.
I'm going to go out there in a minute and speak to the winner of this this next class. But we're waiting to get them all stacked up on here. As you can see, they're in the waiting zone behind. Some of them putting their start device on. Good start, Callum. Always critical, but in these conditions, what a difference it can make to your race.
Well, you just saw Billy Askew then, blinder of a whole shot. I don't know what's going to stop that kid this year. He seems to be on fire, especially around this circuit. But that start helped him so much, because he had like 3-4 laps of completely clear vision before he started capping up to back markers.
Yeah, he certainly hit the ground running, last year's champion. It's not like, it doesn't come as a surprise, because we all know, you know, his talent, his potential, hence why a team like GTCI Revo have got him on board. But I knew he'd be running me to the front, but I mean, already to be winning by quite a canter.
Yeah. And they're the best youth riders in the country that we've got lining up. So, yeah, bit of a future for that kid, I think, especially with the people he's got around him. Hopefully, well, you'd like to think he'd have the right guidance, and they'll be able to get that process up to, you know, being a front runner in the pros.
Well, sure. I'm sure he will. Right, these Clubman riders, we've said it time and time again, the absolute backbone of our sport. These fellas, they're going to be back to work on Monday. Some of them might be thankful to be back to work after going around down here all weekend. But they go out, they do their best to get what level of sponsorship they can, but they, for the best part, are buying the bikes, they're buying all the equipment, they're buying all the spares, and that's riders like that as they're keeping the industry going. So all those brands you can see behind them on the start, you know, they can then invest back into the sport because of Clubman riders.
Yeah, definitely.
Bottom line,
I mean, but I would say most of these guys on the start line are insured through me, or a lot of them at least.
Yeah.
You know, that obviously it all comes round in circles. Like, I've helped riders in the past, and obviously when we're doing well, we can invest back into the sport. So I sort of know from a micro scale what that must be like for like Milwaukee, Michelin, RFX, and all the Apico, Bell, all the other brands that you can see there that are going to hopefully inject money back into the series.
Yeah, well, these guys, I think they probably saw last week's Revo British Championship or heard about it and heard how tough it was, and they're probably thinking, oh my God, I've got to deal with that next week. Yesterday was good. You know, the track dried out considerably from what it was last week. It was super tough. Of course, it was difficult to get round, but the track was drying all day yesterday, and we actually saw some areas where it was getting close to down the far end, pretty much as prime as you could have had it. But then, of course, yesterday evening, it started raining. It hasn't stopped until basically about 9:30 this morning.
Yeah,
so
it was raining early on. The whole drive for me, from the north down, I was just torrential rain, and I was thinking, oh God, what's this track going to be like? But I'm actually surprised how well it's held up. There is a base underneath. Obviously, there are areas of the track that are practically flooded, but it's still rideable, and the guys are getting round.
So in a short while, when this racing goes, me and Callum in our little box down in the corner, we'll be taken off air, which is probably a good thing. Voice for TV, not necessarily a face for it.
No,
then we should get we should get the times up. We're going to go back to our old way of alternating to speak to the winners in the winners' circle. So it'd be my turn to get out there and speak to the race winner of this particular race. This one, as we said, brought to you by Spiral. The next class is sponsored by
me.
You.
Yeah. So this one's Spiral Graphics. They help me out as well. Jake helps me out. He does all my shirt printing and stuff. Exactly what I was on about. You know, they are going to inject back into the sport. Obviously, you guys out there, you buy the graphics, you buy the shirt printing because you want to advertise for all the little people that are helping you out. So contact Spiral, and they will hook you up.
They will. Here we go then. Gate drop for the Spiral Clubman MX2 class. Now, some of these guys will find this super hard going as we swing round to the opening corner. There you go. So let's get some live timing up. I'll get the program on the scene here as well so we can identify some riders that are not appearing on the screen.
Yeah, these guys are going to find it tough. I know for a fact. I would definitely not like to be out there today. It would be a proper challenge. You need to be fit and really on your game. That was Matt Tolley who looked like he took the start on this. So hopefully if he can keep this first lap nice and neat, not a lot of mistakes, that will really help him out to build a gap up on this competition.
Yeah, he was good yesterday. I think off memory, I think he took both race wins yesterday. Pretty certain he did. He certainly took one, and then I missed the second one because we were out doing other stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty certain he took both moto wins yesterday and had a chance to check the results, but I remember him leading a lot of laps.
Looks like he's doing the right thing right now. It's so hard for us to identify any of these riders because of the number boards, so we're going to have to wait for them to cross a lap to be able to call this properly.
That little bit of circuit that we lose there on the cameras for a while is one of the most treacherous parts of the circuit. They go off out of screen there and through the rollers, and then they go through what we call a bomb hole. Water is running through there.
It's a bog. It is like, there's flowing water through there today. It was tough the other weekend as well. We were here that part of the track. I actually went and had a look at it, and even though there wasn't standing water, it looked very challenging, so I can only imagine what it's like today. It looks like Toyley's under a bit of pressure now, just trying to get the rider number on that Kawasaki. Yeah,
well, we're currently showing on the time in there, that's the previous race, so what we need to do is when they cross the line, we'll get the current timing up. That's still showing the times from the last race. So hopefully we'll be able to do that.
That will switch when they come through on their second lap. Looks like they're coming round now. They'll be completing a lap sometime soon.
Steve Turvey.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that flying into view? Literally laying it down. Jordan Ambler.
Yeah, looks like Jordan Ambler. But Steve Turvey, like, had a chat with him yesterday. He
Oh, we've got carnage. There's going to be a lot of carnage.
He was pretty disappointed with his riding yesterday, and I know he's broke his thumb as well, so he just said, I just want to get out there, get some points. Steve was a good rider back in the day.
Yeah, he was. This is going to be tough. For these Clubman riders, you know, they are, as from an adult point of view, you know, obviously compared with the pros, they're the opposite end of the spectrum is what I'm trying to say. So they're going to find this really, really tough.
So that's Bradley Johnston, who's putting the pressure on Toyley at the minute, and it looks like he's doing a good job of it, and he's almost, those two have actually pulled away from the rest of the pack a bit.
They sealed the track up pretty good. I mean, it's not, there's certain parts of the track, Callum, that are not as deep as I expected them to be. That there, for not the corner, but the jump, even these rollers, they got quite a hard base to them.
Yeah. I think there is sort of a clay texture to this ground, isn't it? So when it packs, it does sort of hold its form, unlike some of the circuits around Europe, which are completely bottomless. It was a surprise to me because I didn't think, you know, when you look at it on first glance, you don't think it's going to be like that. You think it'd end up like Dunkirk or something.
Yeah. Well, it stopped raining. That's a start. If we can get through the rest of the day, I don't think we get into a position where we go, oh, the track's going to dry up. Not quick enough, basically. But if it stops raining, at least. But then, having said that, sometimes when it keeps raining, it kind of
keeps
pushes
the surface tension, doesn't it?
Yeah, and pushes all the soil off the bike and whatnot. But well, so far the Clubmen are, for the best part, all of them are getting round. Is Bradley Johnson now in the lead? Or have we
think
missed
Matt
Tolley
may have come off and be back in the pack a little bit now. I did see him fighting with some guys.
Yeah, there he is. So there's Tolley. He is dropped back. So Bradley Johnston is your new race leader, number 133 in this MX2 Clubman class.
And these guys will, again, like the faster guys, be trying to manage their bikes. They've probably only got one bike to last them the whole season. So there'll be some eBay bargains probably after this weekend. Only 5 hours.
Oh.
Brand new.
You never, I mean, if you've got to purchase your own bike, you've got to consider more, what hours you're going to put on it and where. It's like those crazy people. You'd probably do this. You're the crazy guy that would go and buy a brand new bike and go and rag it at Western. Actually, no, you wouldn't do that. You have got more sense than that.
I've got a bit more sense than that. I have done silly things like that in the past. I remember buying a brand new bike once and went straight to Belgium. And it didn't look that great after about 2 weeks. It was, I wanted to sell it, but it just ruins everything. It's like sandpaper, isn't it? It just destroys them.
But it's a championship. You can see the standing water running through the track now. Actually, it's not standing. That's just drainage of the land coming through. This is the first time we've been here. It's the first time we built the track. So even from last week's Revo British Championship, you can see some of they've dug gullies. Now we've had 2 races here. If we come back next year, the guys will be able to assess drainage, improve drain, all those things. You've got to remember, there wasn't even a track here less than, well, I'd say about 15 days ago. No, maybe a bit more than that. Yeah, let's say 16 days ago, there wasn't even a track.
Yeah.
So
it was just army tank tracks. That was all it was. Looks like Matthew Fuller's on the move. Fastest lap of the race at the 2:48. Leader there is on a 2:50, so lapping a little bit quicker. Aaron Farmingham is getting a little bit closer as well to Bradley Johnston. It's tightening up at the front, Jeff.
It will do, I think, a lot in this Clubman racing because they fluctuate their position so much. In all due respect, there's more carnage, if you want to call it that. There's more incident, there's more crashes in the Clubman classes.
It makes it more fun to watch.
Well, that it does. I'll give you that. They're fighting their way through the rollers, and this is the bit where we just couldn't get a camera in this next bit. Just there, behind those trees, they go drop into this bomb hole.
Yeah.
And it's just like...
Yeah, and we don't want to go
almost like a bottomless
trees.
pit. That's why they take so long to then come into view around here, you see. It's only, regards of distance, it's probably only about 100 yards.
There's Toby Lightbound on the KTM just there. He was he went well last year, didn't he?
He did, and he started well this year. Remember, he had to sit, was it the tail end of the year out with his knee injury? So. He had to have an operation on his knee.
So good to see him back.
Well, yeah, Toby is also heavily involved in the industry. He is not only the Bell Helmets brand manager, he's now responsible for the 7 as well.
Getting greedy.
He's keeping busy. In fact, he's got loads of stuff to give you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
really?
Don't go away. He's literally, you got to see him before you finish. Okay, we've got a faller here.
Now.
You are excited. I can tell that look on your face. That rider, 99, I think that is, has crashed. That was Matthew Fuller.
You've almost took my breath away.
Yeah, for once I've rendered you speechless,
as soon as I heard free stuff, I start vibrating.
You are now.
Can't contain myself.
So I'm just passing that message to you live on air.
To be fair, it might be the stuff I've ordered through RFX. Yeah, and they just didn't want to post it.
So you haven't got free stuff?
Yeah, I don't think I have got free stuff.
Unlucky.
I got excited for no reason. So you will see white smoke coming out of some of these bikes. If you're new to motocross, that's basically the bikes burning off the coolant that's in the coolant system. You don't really need to start worrying until you see blue smoke. Blue smoke's your second warning, and then when the blue smoke stops, normally the bike stops. If you do have a warning.
If you're getting smoke and it keeps smoking and then it all stops smoking, that's not a good sign.
No.
You want it smoking. If it starts smoking, you want it smoking all the way to the end.
Yes. Yeah, nice trickle of coolant just running onto the exhaust or whatever, no problem. Yeah, it's a warning when it stops smoking.
When it stops steaming, you know that thing's running dry and bearings are starting potentially to grind, etc., etc.
I was having a chat with Stuart Edmonds, and he lost one last week. That I saw blue smoke coming out of it, and I thought, that's your last chance, Stu. You better stop soon. And he didn't know, obviously, and then the bike tightened up, and that was the whole engine. $4,000 worth of damage. You know, motocross, lovely, lovely sport.
Yeah, it is. It's motorsport. It's the toughest. It's one of the toughest motorsports there is. In fact, it's just one of the toughest sports. Period. If you don't believe me, if you think I'm, yeah, exactly. If you think I'm just, you know, rose-tinted glasses, and it is really one of the toughest sports in the world. And I believe anything Google says.
Yeah, same. Yeah, just ask it. It's obviously true. I think motocross and MMA, a few of those sports like that. But the thing is with motocross, it goes on for such a long time, and you just get such a beating. When you're going for 20 minutes, it's a serious challenge.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry to talk over you, but we just had a rider just come bursting out of the trees from the side.
I didn't even know.
Did you not see that?
I didn't see it, no.
He'd obviously gone off track, and then just like stage right just comes main stage. Oh, there's Max Flint.
I've just seen someone with a huge flag. Have you seen that?
Yeah, that was somebody out there with that. Yeah. That was Max Flint you saw footing it up the jump from Planet Motocross Holidays. Go and check them out. Max used to do the awards last year. I'm not sure if we're doing them this year, but I'm sure Max would prefer to be riding down in Spain, where he does all the ride schools and
I imagine. I keep getting tempted by that every year, and my life just seems too busy to be able to make it happen.
Maybe it's time to move the opening round of the MXNationals down to Spain for round one.
Why not?
There's an idea.
That is an idea. It's just getting everybody there. That might be a logistical challenge. Matt Flint might need to upgrade the Sprinter van to a few Arctic lorries.
Well, look, I'm going to make my way out there to hopefully go and speak to Bradley Johnston, who's on his last lap. Tell me if that's any different. I'm going to try and flag down number 133. I'll let Callum bring this one home, and I'll go and have a chat with Brad if he brings it over the line.
Yeah, so Bradley Johnson leading the way. Matt Tolley absolutely worked his pants off to get back up into second there. And Matt Pocock's actually had a good race, working his way up the field. He was probably back in fifth a few laps ago. George Boyce there as well. Let me just read through the top 10 just as they ran through last time. Bradley Johnson, Matt Tolley, Matthew Pocock, Aaron Framingham, George Boyce, Matthew Fuller, Steve Turvey up to 7th. So good ride by him compared to yesterday. Chris Cortham, Jordan Meredith. 9th is Jack Loveridge. No, that was actually 10th. So Jack Loveridge rounding out the top 10. So last couple of laps now. We'll have a word. Well, I don't want to say have a word with Bradley Johnson because that's just pure commentator's curse on a whole nother level to say that. But we are coming to the back end of this race now. Riders have been going round for nearly 14 minutes now in this tough conditions. Look, they've got the last lap board. We can see Jeff there getting his comms all in. And we shall wait for our race leader. Try and find these guys amongst all the trees. It's good to see how close the fans can actually get to this circuit as well. It gives it almost like an old school motocross vibe, and it's I think it's quite good for people. Talking about fans, one legging it across the track there. Not sure how safe that was, but we'll run it anyway. There we are. Jeff can have a word, I think, with the race winner. George Boyce there. He should be, he was in the top 5, I think, yeah, 5th. God, look how hard these bikes are working. Yamahas as well, like, up breathe from the front, and with the mud bogs on this track, they could be swallowing so much dirt. So riders really being conservative to try and bring the bikes home. And we're going to go speak to Jeff now.
Right, we are here with a very happy, look, you can actually see his teeth, whereas Billy Askew's we couldn't. Bradley Johnson, just tell us, you just said, well, just repeat what you just told me.
It was really fun. It was like an enduro more than a motocross race, to be fair. Yeah, I enjoyed it though.
You did. Now, I'm guessing, I mean, the way you crossed the line, you were pumped with that. I mean, that was the full double fist pump. Give it the big panic rev. Is that your first ever race win? That is with us at the Michelin MXNationals. So, yeah, so anybody you want to thank?
Motor Connection, RFX, PJ Fencing, Caz for doing my suspension, and anyone else, thank you.
Right, you got to answer this question honestly. What did you think when you woke up this morning and saw the conditions like they were? Are you thinking, oh, I don't really want to do this, or I do?
No, I was looking forward. The track didn't look too bad, but we only got one race today, so yeah. There
you go, a proper Clubman racer. Come rain or shine, he's out in it. Bradley, well done, mate. There you go. Bradley Johnson taking his first ever race win with us here at the Michelin MXNationals. Good stuff, my man.
We're live in the Big Brother house. Sorry, guys. Just trying to get a quick drink in before we carry on. Nice, dirty kettle water. There we are. So you did see Bradley Johnston take the win there. We had a little chat with Jeff. He's out in the rain and the cold. It doesn't look like the rain's letting off either. So Jeff will come back in here like a drowned rat. And next up we have the Worx Sports Insurance Clubman MX1, obviously supported by myself. If you do want to get your insurance sorted out for racing season, we're at the start of the season for a lot of people, a lot of championships and stuff, or if you just ride for fun, give me a shout. Worx Sports Insurance, where are we? There. And there's Jeff. How you doing, mate? Was it a little bit damp outside? All right. What's going on here, mate? Let me help you out. Look, you're on live. I did rush you a bit then, didn't I? I should have been a bit more patient. I'm sorry.
You did. Yeah, that was good out there. Good to see Bradley take his first ever race win. Always great when you see that, no matter what championship.
Do you want a drink, mate?
No, I'm all right,
no,
thanks.
You sure? Okay.
Not yet.
I'll just have another sip. Nice.
This is what I've got to work with. So, let's see what's going on out there on track. There's a lot of people, I see that sooner or later we might see some bulldozers out on site. Not sure if we're going to do that, probably before we get out there for the pro guys.
Yeah, well, I think there was just a little bit, they're 20-ton machines, and everything's vibrating, and the worry is that it could actually bring water up to the surface. But
I get that.
I think in some areas they are going to have to tend to it a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to just do a few things here. Let's see if we can, we've got some other little VTs that we could roll in a minute. We're just sorting out another technical issue here. So in a minute, we'll go to a quick advert or some...
So I was just texting your missus there, Jeff. She said apparently we're missing the catering team, probably because I'm drinking water out of a kettle. It was a joke though, but okay, we're not that hard done by. But Jeff's not on the best diet today. We're on the American menu. Yeah, so Kate, if you could get in the car and bring us some nice homemade grub up, it would be greatly appreciated. We'll see you in a bit.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
Right, we're now in what we call the waiting zone, or old school money, we used to call it the Parc Fermé, but this is the area where they come down, and after qualifying earlier on in the day, this is where they get their place to go out onto the start line. So obviously the quickest rider, you don't go in a set position on the gate, you get the first pick of 40 gates. Looks like one of the top riders there was Ben Musto. He got a good qualifying. So this is a little bit of an area where nerves start to build at this point. They're not on the gate yet, but we're getting closer to the gate drop. So this is where they start to think about how their race is going to go, focusing on getting that good start, which is so crucial. Okay, motocross, you can work your way back up to the front, but a good start in any race is always important. So yeah, this is where they have their last rundown with their mechanics, because once they leave the Parc Fermé or holding area, the mechanics can't go to the start and talk to them. So it's the last little discussion with their pit crew, little fist bump. Best of luck, fellas. Go and get it. Okay, we're down here in the hustle and bustle of the pit lane area. This is where all the riders get their information about where they are in the race. As they come round, you'll see the pit signals start to come out first lap, because a rider needs that information. He has no idea where he is. Of course, in our sport, there's no radio comms to the rider, so they get it by a pit signal from the pit lane. It's pretty lively down here. It's always a good place to be. You can feel the tension. So let's try and read what some of the pit boards are saying.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, the world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, the world time has come to.
Okay, people, we are just having a little delay because I think we're just getting a little bit of track work done out there, potentially. We got, or we might have an injury actually. So a slight delay. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Dirt World TV and coverage of the Michelin MXNationals powered by Milwaukee. Yeah, so we think we got just a little bit of a delay. We're dealing with an injury, I believe. And then we get back to it with the Clubman MX1, brought to you by Worx Sports Insurance. That's what's going on right here, right now. You can see down on the start line, some of them just, a couple of one rider there that just trying to choose his best gate pick. If you've never seen motocross before, how it works is we have qualifying, which for these guys happened yesterday. Whoever sets the quickest time gets the first pick of the 40 gates available to them, and so it eventually then fills up. In fact, that looks like potentially that looks like the two Cabs Green Crescent Yamaha riders down there. Just because the pro race is coming up after the expert race. Oh, suddenly there's a giant on screen. Just
there we are. Am I in? Yep, we're on.
So yeah, there we are. That's the whole cruise in there. Look at that, just in time.
Neil's panicking out. No, you come in. You come
that's
in.
the boss man.
Star of the show.
That was the boss man. That man there is responsible for making all this happen, particularly the live stream. It's been difficult and challenging, but we managed to get it out. And as we said, people watching, bear in mind the conditions that we've had to deal with here, all of any new things. As I said, by the time we get to round 2 at Monster Mountain, we'll be away with it. We'll be able to see all the circuit. We won't have the issues of the radar jamming signal up from down the road. All these things, trial and error when you go to a brand new venue. And that's the point. It is a brand new venue. And fingers crossed, we will be able to work with the British Army.
Yeah, definitely.
Come back next year to not only hopefully hear, but potentially even more new venues, Callum.
Definitely. It'd be great. And big shout out to Putnam for making that happen as well. Neil, we finish your donut now.
I hope. Yeah.
Providing the goods.
He's off to firefight other issues. So that was Neil Irwin, one of the race directors here. We're gonna get off us two because you don't want to stare at us. I'd rather stare at those two. So the track, but there you go. That's another insight. Next time we come back, we've already talked about it, Callum. We're going to get a nice backdrop in here.
We need it.
Yeah, make it look cool.
Make it look posh, haven't we? We could just have like a load of people just standing there with those, with the our lovely programs. How about that? We could just get 4 or 5 kids, stand there all day, pay you $5 each, and that will sort the job out nice. So. Just doing a bit of maintenance, getting some cameras back on. Oh, we've got the camera back. We're back. Brilliant. So there's a lot that goes on behind the screen that you're seeing right now. Believe me, there's an awful lot of work that needs to happen.
For one, there's, after last week trying to make it work, as we said, with all the problems with the signal or whatever, there's a lot that goes on. And there's a lot that gets laid on the line, particularly 2,000 meters of cabling for this, just to get this live stream functional for this week. So really hope you appreciate that. Okay, well, I think we might have a slight change of schedule here. Is this the expert class coming out? That doesn't, or is that Clubman? It's difficult to say, really. That looks like the pros. I got a sneaking suspicion we're going pro racing here. I think we've had a little rejig on the schedule.
Okay.
Oh, no, because we were 3. That was it, wasn't it? Of course. Yeah, we got that's the schedule. So we were 3 races in. Please bear in mind that we have completely scrapped what would have been the regular schedule this weekend.
Well, we're going to a one-race format today for everyone else. So they're probably, they're getting the pro class in.
That's exactly what we're doing here.
And then it will be Clubman MX1 after this. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
That's what I said. I thought it was Cusses and the lads looking at their place on the start. So we're going pro racing. This is going to be the Apico MX1 and Leatt MX2 pro race coming up. They are currently going to go out on their sighting lap. We can maybe show you some of that sighting lap. They won't be going at speed, but you'll get an idea of what it's like. They're just set, you know, these guys are just supposedly looking at the track. Of course, they're pros. They still pop jumps on their sighting lap.
For sure. A few of the comments on the guys. We've got someone, Dylan. I don't want to try and pronounce your surname, but he's saying, good morning from the USA. And it looks nasty out here. Yeah, it looks a little bit like the last round of your GNCC series. That was a pretty wet one.
Dylan Lissandro, I would say. I'd try and pronounce that. Dylan, welcome. Tuning in from America.
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure where you are in the US.
Ninja H2 says, let's go Tomac. I think you're watching the wrong feed, if I'm honest.
Yeah, by the way, don't go posting up the result of last night's Supercross on our comments, because I don't want to know.
Well, I definitely did not watch it on the way whilst I was driving, so I don't know either. A little bit.
So no spoiler alerts for me and Callum. We'll watch that when we get back. Yeah, I mean, again, just looking at the track there through our monitors, it is such a shame, because it was a real battle last week. Obviously the track was even worse. Then we got postponed, pushed back to this week.
Yeah.
Track was legitimately drying really well, and like Wednesday it was looking pretty good considering the weather that we had. Thursday just came along and ruined everything.
Yeah.
And then the track was drying again yesterday and looking quite good. You know, we had some genuine bar-to-bar racing. You know, there was more line choice than sort of one racing line. But
yeah, you are going to just get that one sort of premier line, I think, today that's going to be workable. Anyway, but just a quick one, Jeff. I was talking to some of the teams, had a little chat with Adrian Kirk from Verde.
Yeah.
You know, this is tough on the pro riders because of how intense they push these motorcycles and the limited supply of parts. So a lot of these guys literally had to make the decision, do we go out on this track today because we haven't got a spare cylinder head, we haven't got, you know, all the parts that could rebuild. If they lose a bike, that bike's potentially out of action for, you know, a few months.
Yeah.
Because there still is a massive delay in the manufacturing process, especially from the Austrians and I think Yamaha as well, to get just to get spare parts out there.
Yeah, there is that. Even if you said, you know, the thing is, you could say, well, you know, go and ride your practice bike or a stocker. Thing is that their practice bikes are, for the best part, still tuned equipment. Still, you know, very rarely does a pro rider just have a stocker.
Yeah, and that bike's
to jump on.
Got a load of hours on it as well. Like, you know, normally they'll have 10, 20 hours on a practice bike. Is it going to be more susceptible to issues when you're putting it through intense stress like what this course is going to put on the motorcycle?
It will definitely do that. Well, yeah, it's going to be. Well, qualifying times, you could argue at this point, don't really matter. I mean, it's all about getting a good jump.
It is.
You know, you could qualify down. I mean, Harry Kulas didn't top qualifying. You know, he starts as the champion. He's going for the three-peat, third championship on the spin, but he didn't qualify great. Is Harry worried about that? I wouldn't have thought so, coming off of last week's double victory for that new YZ450. So he knows if he's anywhere, you know, he's going to get still a decent
inside
pick.
The top five. I think with this start that we've got at this track, it's quite quick. So as long as you're in, you know, the right side of the box, you've got a chance at making it round the first corner, right up the front there, just with a good jump and get the power to the back wheel. You can make it happen from quite a few gates. You're not limited to just one or two premium gates.
No, the start, I mean, when you lay out a new circuit, the objective is to pretty much build the start so it's, you know, kind of fair from the middle working out. And that's how you want to get it. I'd say this start straight, the inside gates are probably the least favourable. They're not quite on the angle that you want leading into the first corner. So I would imagine we'll see most of these pro riders sort of stack as we're looking at the TV screen to the left of the doghouse, or just marginally to the right. Anything down if you split the start gate into quarters, I'd say the inside quarter is the least favourable.
Yeah, I think you've got a good start all the way to the left of the Michelin banner there, maybe even where Milwaukee is situated. You've still got a half-decent chance of a jump. So quite a few gates there that riders will be jumping into once they start lining up. You can still see a lot of standing water on the circuit as well. Don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon. It does look like it's stopped raining, but with the amount of rain that has come down throughout the night and this morning, it's that's not going anywhere. Are you doing? Yeah. All right, you crack on.
Right, so we're just waiting for these pro riders. Most of them are in for the sighting lap. You can see them in the waiting zone behind the start there. Bit of activity as they're doing some of them doing their exercises. I can see the goggles going on for some riders, so I guess we've got nearly good to go. See a few of them doing their warm-up exercises.
Yeah, they want to stay warm. They've done that sighting lap. A lot of them will try and go reasonably quick in that as well, just to get the body temperature up and get the muscles all working and woken up. And it's about staying warm from there and being sharp when this gate drops. There's Charlie Heyman. Did Heyman
topped his group? I think.
Yeah.
We just trying to get. We didn't get the confirmation prints out of this morning's practice, unfortunately. But again, these are all these little things, people. Bear with us. When we get to round 2,
we'll be better.
Oh, yeah. We'll be fully functional.
Looks like the Crendon Honda team, though, had a good qualifying session for most of those guys. And obviously they've got the True Plant support team, haven't they, as well, with Heyman and... is it Callum Green, I think?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So the Honda starting an academy team this year with major support from the True 7 group, Jake Nichols and Co down there.
Yeah,
Guy, his dad as well. Oh, you know, just getting behind it. And Jake parked it up, went into retirement, just so busy running the family business. Yet he still rolled out for Arena Cross this year and laid on quite a bit of an entertainment. Did Jake. So
yeah, it just shows when you've been out of it just for a little bit. It's hard to be that intense, isn't it? I think it's probably a new thing for Jake as well, indoor racing. It's something that he obviously wanted to tick off, and he did well though in some rounds. He was very entertaining to watch.
He did really good. Like we said, it was a brilliant tour. So hopefully that will be back. I'm sure it will be in 2024, which kind of starts. Hopefully from here on in, it will kind of kick off each season in regards of dirt bike racing in the UK. But now this is round 1, of course, of the Michelin MXNationals powered by Milwaukee. And it's fair to say conditions are a lot different to indoor and arena.
Just a little bit. Talking about arena, we've got the World Supercross Championship in the UK this year at Aston Villa Park. I know those guys are really pushing the marketing at the minute. That'll be amazing to have something.
Well, Cardiff was great for those of you that went. Just to see a full-size Supercross. Arena Cross has been doing what it's doing very well, but to see an actual full-size Supercross.
And it was full.
Yeah.
It was full. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, that's later on the year again, so I'm sure most of the industry will get out and support that and watch that. Right now, though, this is a different kettle of fish, to say the least. This is hardcore motocross.
Yes. Foggy
no
says,
rhythm sections here.
Wet as an otter's pocket.
Yeah, we've got a few comments coming in on the socials, on the YouTube channel.
I imagine otters' pockets are pretty damp places, so quite a good description of what we're looking at.
Okay, but this is it then. We are getting down. This is the big one, the first pro moto of the 2023 championship here at the Michelin MXNationals powered by Milwaukee. It is the Apico and Leatt MX2 and MX1 combined. Who's going to get the all-important whole shot? It makes such a big difference.
Good jump
straight
from
down the bar.
Millward.
Kulas up the inside. I saw his red plate. He's got the whole shot. That's what I was saying. He didn't qualify quickest, and his teammate Jamie Carpenter was right there as well. So it's a Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha 1-2 as they go round the first corner.
Jake Millwall got such a good jump out the gate, and I just saw him come through there in the back of the pack. So he obviously got boxed off. But yeah, those Yamahas ripping.
Yeah, but Jake's on a 250, so that's a great start from the 250 rider. Remember, these are MX1 and MX2 riders combined.
Yeah.
So it looked like Millwood was probably setting the pace early doors for the MX2. The riders at the back are going to get just filled in. Oh, there's Millwood at the back,
right
so maybe it wasn't him then.
No, I think it might have been his teammate, actually.
Okay, well, Kulas running the red plate. He is last year's champion, as we said. He rides with his traditional 151. He is going for the free Rippy. He's the last. Sorry, no, is it a fourth one? No, he's won 3 titles in the last 4 years. Yeah. But if he wins this year's championship, that would be 3 on the spin. So that's where he's at. So fair to say he's been the dominant rider in recent years of the Michelin MXNationals. So this will refresh the timing when we get them over the line, of course. But it's definitely Harry Kulas leading the way on the cab screens Crescent Yamaha.
Doing what he does best. When it's race time, he's there, isn't he?
When the
straight away
down. And he has to get going. And I'll tell you why, because I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, going on what we saw last week, Conrad Muse will work his way to the front. He certainly did it last week. In tougher conditions, arguably. So Kulas will be fully aware of that and know he's got to get the hammer down. In fact, is that Conrad in second and third? No, second. He's now already gone into second.
Conrad, at the halfway point in the races last week, was so special. He just seems to be able to build on that pace. And it's really hard to stop someone like that gets momentum. The last thing these riders want to do is give Conrad Muse some confidence, because that's when you see something special out of him.
Well, it's going to be a good race. I think this is going to be fantastic because you've got Kulas and Muse 1 and 2 over the line. Gavin Stevenson making a fly-up in third.
Jamie Carpenter as well in fourth. Good start from him.
Yeah, Josh Gilbert on the second of the Crendon Fast Track Honda Racing machines, also supported by Hitachi and True 7. He is in fifth. Martin Barr on the Apico Husqvarna across the line in sixth, ahead of Chambers, Tom Grimshaw. Then John Adamson on the AC United Gas. Charlie Putnam having a good ride on the opening lap, coming through in ninth, rider number 91 on the SD Sports Home Husqvarna. And then Stewie Edmonds out there doing his own thing this year.
He is, I had a chat with him at the before all the action kicked off today. Like I said, did a bike last weekend here, just didn't realise that the bike was dying on him. So that set him back a lot, but he wanted to thank his sponsor. I'm sure I can find out who they are and give him a plug for supplying him with a new, fresh bike to start the season on, which was great of them. And we need more people like that in the sport. So if you're involved with Stuart Edmonds and you did that for him, cracking job. Did look like Stuart just dropped it though whilst I was talking about him.
Well, ain't that the way?
Obviously, commentators
standard
curse.
Issue that is, mate. Particularly in these conditions. The minute you mention somebody and say how well they're doing and how well they're going.
Yeah, so it is S. Briggs Commercials who support Stewie. So yeah, good job for getting him back out there on the track.
Did I just see a ray of sunshine on our screen? I think
I did. Through.
I think it's a bit too late to dry the circuit up, but we're going to try and get some marshals down there. We got some people stood in front of the camera, the static camera inadvertently, so I don't know if we can get the marshal down that far end to remove some people in front of the camera.
Remove the humans.
Remove.
No, it's something we do have to manage, so if that does happen at any point, we'll try and get them cleared off out of the way. The last thing we want to do is see your mate Adam drinking a can of Coke. We want to see dirt bikes flying around this Oakhanger circuit. Big shout out, big thank you to the military as well for letting us have this land to build this absolutely phenomenal circuit on that you're watching on Dirt World TV. This is our Leatt Pro MX1 and Apico MX2 Championship. Leading the way is Harry Cusses right now. This class is joint. It's MX1 and MX2.
Yeah, it is. I don't think we can separate it by class. Oh, we can? Yeah, you're going to do that. Callum's on it.
Yeah, leading the way in MX2. Bailey Johnson.
Wow. So
Wicked.
Bailey.
That's great. And then Jamie Wainwright there in second. Callum Mitchell.
So we basically, because we couldn't identify the riders,
yeah, that would have been him.
That would have been Bailey pulling that incredible start.
Yeah, sorry about
for the Motoverde team. So Bailey Johnson.
That's wicked, isn't it? So he's quite a young rider. He's just getting his feet wet in pro racing.
Well, he had his rookie year last year, and that's normally the case, isn't it? You take 1 year to learn. It's brutal. It's tough. Know what you then got to do in the off season. You put the work in, and then it's traditionally a rookie. Obviously, they get 1 year out of the way, and then they start to find their way in the class.
It's definitely more notable him this year. His pace seems to have stepped up a massive notch, and it might have helped him jumping back on that 252 stroke. Who knows?
Oh, Muse! What a move! Power move. I'll tell you right now. So Muse goes into the lead. The way he made that move, you've seen it on the screen, that was almost a bit of the experience he gained from the arena cross. He almost manualed over that hump, didn't he? Yeah, he kind of squashed it out.
It's one of them circuits now where there is going to be little things like that a top rider like Cusses and Conrad will find. You'll see him bunny hopping things, using that technique to keep the momentum, because it's all about momentum. If you stop on this, you're buried.
Well, he's going for it in the fact that he's gone into the lead and he's gone straight away, trying to break Cusses now. Or is Harry just going, reset, I'll stay out of the roost for a while, don't want to be filled in. There's still plenty of time in this race.
You definitely couldn't follow too close behind. No. But Conrad, he was there and he was ready to pounce when the opportunity came to him. And that looks like Gilbert as well.
Now up to third in the race. Martin Barr's got his goggles off for fourth. That looks to be like Grimshaw.
That was Tom Grimshaw fighting with the trees. At the side
fighting
of the track.
Everything.
Yeah. Sure, John Adamson's probably found some bushes here and there as well. So he's out there on the number 2. He's in 7th at the minute. Top 10 as they are in MX1. Conrad Muse, followed by Harry Cusses, Josh Gilbert, Martin Barr, Tom Grimshaw, Gavin Stevenson, John Adamson 7th, and then Mario Shivanen.
Yeah, Miro Shivanen.
Miro Shivanen. Yeah, you see, you're better at that. In 8th. And then Charlie Putnam in 9th. Jamie Carpenter just rounding out the top 10.
In MX2, Bailey Johnson still leads the way on the Motoverde machine. Jamie Wainwright, number 365 in second. Callum Mitchell riding the Alexa machine for third. Then it's Alfie Jones. He's representing the Chambers team in fourth. Carlton Husband, his rider number 6, is currently in 5th on the Phoenix Even Strokes Kawasaki. Then we have Jake Millward on the second Motoverde machine. Sam Nunn riding for the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha team. Number 365 is in 7th. 8th on the Blades Kawasaki is Charlie Cole. Ben Franklin, number 300, is in 9th in the 250 class, representing Chambers. And riding for their GRT Impact KTM team, moving up to the pros. Joe Brooks.
Yeah, welcome to the big time. It's good to see Joe stepping up. He's is he aged out now of MX1?
No, I don't think he did. It just decided that they move him up.
I think he's got the pace. And he's a good rider. That team, they know how to build a good package and everything. So hopefully they can carry him and support him, and one day be up the front of one of these Apico Pro MX2 races.
Yeah, the journey starts in the pro career for Joe Brooks this year in the Michelin MXNationals, powered by Milwaukee. And again, massive shout out to everybody at Michelin. Andy James was here yesterday having a look around. he had to leave and get off to an event, which of course Michelin support load of events. So but Andy will be with us at Monster Mountain, so maybe we get him in the booth for a chat, tell us what Michelin's plans are this year. Also Milwaukee, again, continuing their support, and all these other people like Leatt supporting the MX1, Apico MX2. Good people like yourself supporting the MX1 Clubman, which are up next.
You nearly knocked me over then with that.
I'm a powerhouse.
Very aggressive man.
I was giving you, credit.
I'm joking, mate. I'm joking. So the track's actually coming around in some spots. Obviously, there's still going to be water, but the sun's shining now at least. And you can see the water at the bottom of this step down. Where you have the little dips, you do have that standing water that it's definitely not going to go anywhere today. Landing in those ruts must be quite challenging as well, I imagine. I'd only like to imagine it.
I like the way you're kind of speculating that it might. No, let me reassure you, it is.
Yeah.
Well, you and I both know that. If you've never ridden a motocross bike, believe me, it's one of the most demanding things you can do. Even if you just ride it on prime conditions, it'll tire you out.
Physical. The last time I probably rode a track similar to this was when probably Honda Park. It's a similar ground as well, isn't it? Actually, like a dark clay sand. It's difficult.
It is. I just saw stood on the screen there in front in the camera view was Charlie Heyman's dad, Mark, waiting to see his boy come round, but I can't see him on the scoreboard. Right, down in 11th, so not the start that Charlie wanted to make.
No.
Kid's got so much potential, though.
He has. He showed that in qualifying. Yeah. He's got speed. He's got to learn to put it all together at this level. I think it's different when you've got so much pressure from so many different angles. We saw him when he was in the youth class. He used to absolutely destroy, and then he had the opportunity to ride his own race, and he's definitely not going to get that here until he figures out getting out the front early, figures out the speed, because the difference in speed and in intensity is going to be on a whole different level. But he's definitely got it, and I'm confident we'll see him fighting for podiums this year. I'm putting my...
I got no doubt.
Put my neck on the line there.
I totally, wholeheartedly agree with that, Callum. Right, the gap at the front of the field. Conrad Muse on the Brendan Fast Track Honda racing machine. Also with help from Hitachi and True 7. He set the quickest lap time when he made that move on Harry Koulas with a time of 2:08. Compared with Harry's best time was 2:12. Having said that, the gap is only one. Well, let's see. They've just come in over the. It's going to refresh. It was 1.2 seconds. Well, not anymore. It's now 10.
Yeah. So.
Big wow.
Difference.
So last lap around, the last 2 laps, Conrad Muse has taken chunks out of Harry Koulas and has stretched out his lead for 10 seconds. Well, I think for most of us, Callum, it doesn't come as much of a surprise after he didn't win last week. Harry went 1-1, but 2 brilliant rides from Conrad coming from deep in the field to get 2-2.
Yeah, I think it could have been a different story had Conrad have got a start. Not saying he would have won, but he would have definitely been able to apply the pressure on the back of Koulas. I know talking to Harry last week, he said this track, though, it feels like home for him. There are few tracks similar to this where he's from in Estonia. So he felt very comfortable, and I imagine he's not quite feeling as comfortable out there in all the wet and the slot right now, but he is used to these conditions. So it is a track that he felt like he could, be himself and feel a little bit at home on.
Let's just see, we get the leading 250 rider. He's just about to come over the line now. Is still hanging tough, Bailey Johnson. All due respect to any other riders in the 250, I always love a story of a first-time national win. So I'm going to go out on a limb right now and say, Bailey, rooting for you, kiddo.
Yeah.
would love to see you win your first ever pro
Do we
race
interview
victory.
Bailey or do we interview Conrad? That's going to be the biggest challenge. Get them both.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to interview them both. But there's still a long racing to go. There's 4:33 plus. I think we'll give the guys 2 laps, or maybe it'd be 1 lap. We've shortened the race distance here.
Yeah, we've got to be kind to the machines.
There's Steve Muse walking right across in front of the camera. That's Conrad's dad getting some TV time. Thinking, look, my boy's if he's not getting enough, I'll make sure I get the Muse family name out there.
Face on there.
There is Conrad, or is it Gilbert? No, that is Conrad, I think. Difficult to say.
It's difficult to
As
see.
you could tell. I mean, it was definitely somebody wearing fly kit.
On a Honda.
On a Honda, but that's not to say that was him. Trying to work out. In fact, it probably wasn't. I think he's a little bit further around the circuit.
What's the gap between Harry and Josh Gilbert? So 10 seconds in between those two as well.
So according to our timing monitor, you get this little blue band that goes across under the rider's name, and that tells you where they are on the track. Blimey, what's going on there? It's a bit early for a barbecue. There's smoke, but no
fire.
No fire. Somebody, okay,
oh no.
So we can, was that?
That's an on-fire motorcycle.
That looked like that. Was that Cusses?
Is that Harry?
Don't know. They're going to be coming down this straight in a minute. We'll try and find. That is Conrad there on screen, we believe. It is Cusses.
Oh, no.
It's Cusses' bike is smoking like a steam train.
Yeah. Now, smoke, that's a lot of smoke. That's a coolant pipe has fell off smoke.
Yeah.
But then we have oil. And when that starts heating up, we will start seeing blue smoke. And then you've got a problem.
Like we said earlier in the broadcast, while it's smoking, you've got a fighting chance.
You've still got
when
water.
It stops, that's when you know that all the coolant and potentially oil's gone out of there, and that motor is basically running dry.
Yes. And I imagine the Yamahas as well with their front induction, when it's quite wet, sandy and sloppy, all that can get into the air filter. And
obviously this new bike as well. This is a brand new YZ450. Now, don't be telling me that it can't perform to win, because Harry went out in tougher conditions than this last weekend over 2 longer motos and went 1-1.
And it was
let's put that out there straight away. So
so hopefully it's strong enough to see the flag. But if you lose coolant, it doesn't matter what bike you're on, and that could be, you could have kicked a hose off the radiator or anything like that.
We'll do our best to keep an eye on that. I mean, finding Harry on the track has suddenly become easier, because all we got to do is look for loads of smoke.
We need the Thomas the Tank Engine theme tune played over.
Annoyingly, the sun is, well, not annoying because we want the sun out, just where was it earlier on in the week?
There we are.
Whoa,
Harry just past, he's still going.
Really churning out some steam now. If anything, he's making life more difficult for his competitors, like a Bond smoke screen.
Yeah. Is that a little Lee Webber thing, is it?
That's it.
Got a little button down there that's just spraying water over the exhaust. No, I'm sure they're going to be.
Oh, they'll be nervous.
They'll have their fingers crossed. Right now, but we have got yellow flags just after that smoke screen. So,
right, let's give you an update of MX2. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Let's get back to that.
There's Bailey Johnson leading the way.
Yeah, so that was still him leading it. So let's go back to that if I can. Bailey Johnson still leading the MX2 class. He's got a 9-second lead over Jamie Wainwright. Callum Mitchell is still in third, rider number 32. Jake Millward has now worked his way up to fourth. There's Bailey Johnson on screen, your race leader in MX2. Alfie Jones now pushed back to 5th. So that's the top 5 in MX2.
It does still look like Harry's circulating for the minute.
Well, there's Harry just crossing the finish line. You can't see that on your screen at home, but he is still circulating.
We should be on the last lap now as well. 2 laps to go.
The gap has gone out to 20 seconds. Yeah. So Conrad Muse looking good at this point. His best lap time of 2:08. He's slowed the pace down considerably now. His last lap was a 2:16.327. But he's got a big gap over Harry Koulas. Josh Gilbert basically another steady ride in 3rd for the Crendon Fast Track Honda Racing team. So at the minute, Koulas is the Yamaha fill-in in that Honda sandwich in the top 3. Martin Barr still plodding on in 4th on the Apico Husqvarna with no goggles on. So he is doing what he needs to do to bring it over the line. Tom Grimshaw 5th. Adamson closing fractionally on Grimshaw, but he's got some serious work to do if he's going to get it done in 2 laps unless something happens in the top 5. Miro Shivanen is currently in 7th, rider 147. Gavin Stevenson, who was up there in the top 3 at the start of the race, now down to 8th. Jamie Carpenter is currently in 9th, rider 184. And then in the top 10 in the race, but leading the MX2 category, brought to you by Apico Factory Racing, is Shilo Verde's Bailey Johnson. There he is on screen. There's Carpenter. You can see he's running the hand guards. Obviously, most of them are stop all the stand. Getting all into the throttle tube, all around your grips, you know, your levers, etc. Some of them opting not to run them though. Bailey Johnson clearly not running any hand guards, but it's not slowing him down. So we must be getting close to 1 lap to go. Just trying to find the finish line camera, which we don't. Yeah, it looks like the 1 lap board's out. So next lap round should be the checkered flag for Conrad Muse, if we have that correct. Total running time of the race is currently at 23 minutes. So yeah, it would suggest that we are on the last lap here for Conrad Muse. So we're keeping an eye on that finish line. Conrad will be grabbed by my colleague Callum, who's gone out there to speak to the race winners. We're also going to potentially try and grab Bailey Johnson. I don't know if anybody down there will be able to grab Bailey as well, because unless Callum can grab them both before we actually go into the interview with Conrad. I'm going to leave that one with Callum to try and wave them both down, and then he can interview them back to back then. Oh, where was this sun leading into this event? So annoying. We'd have had such a different race event. But it is what it is, and the championship is up and running. 10th year, remember, of the Michelin MXNationals. It's grown. It's got better and better every year, to the point where it's virtually oversubscribed with people wanting to race. So thanks to everybody that supports this series and made it become what it is. So he should be coming over the line. Is the checkered flag out? There it comes. So Conrad Muse takes the checkered flag. He's gonna, there he is. Callum's gonna grab him. Callum's trying to grab him. I'm also going to see if Callum can grab Bailey Johnson if he gets this done. So Callum, if you just hold fire, don't start just yet, and try and grab Bailey when he comes in for us, if he gets it done. So Harry Cusses came in second. See all crossing the line. There's Cusses over the line now for a second place. Managed to get that thing over the line. So we're going to try and grab Bailey Johnson, who's about, just so you know, Callum, he's about halfway round his last lap, okay? There was Bailey's dad coming into view. Justin Morris as well, who's helped train Conrad for most of his career. Actually, Conrad helped him get him to the point where he was the junior world champion, 85cc champion. So he's been with him a long time. Justin Morris, his trainer. Stick with it, Callum. I can see you on screen. Let's just get Bailey in before we do this, and then at least we know we're going to speak to both riders. So it was Muse, Gilbert, Cusses coming in third in the end, actually. Martin Barr for fourth. Grimshaw gets a fifth. Adamson sixth. Siverlin coming in seventh. Where are you, Bailey? I'm trying to find you on the screen here. He's still showing as leading the race in the MX2 category. Gavin Stevenson is now over the line. Here comes Bailey Johnson. He's on my screen. There he goes. He's going to go past the pit signaling area. If timing and scoring is correct, this is his debut pro victory. Over the line he goes. Bailey Johnson gets it done. We're going to call him in. Dad Carl's going to give him a big man hug. He don't care about getting a wet t-shirt. This is great stuff. Right, we're going to speak to Conrad first. Bailey, get your crash helmet off.
So, I'm here with Conrad Muse on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. You said the track's gnarly. It looks pretty savage from where I'm standing, and I'm not even looking at the back of it. What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was gnarly. I had second at the gate. I tried to push into that first turn so hard because the start's so important around somewhere like this, you know, like you get clean vision straight away. But now second to Harry at the start. And I just felt really good from lap one. My bike's handling amazing in these conditions. A shout out to all the Crendon Fast Track Honda racing boys. And I just felt good. Yeah, made the pass for the lead, pulled a bit of a gap and just rode my own race. But I was having so much fun out there. It's, yeah, rutty, gnarly, bumpy. It's awesome.
Yeah, mixture of like hard work and really good fun at the same time. I noticed the lap when you actually put it to Harry, that was your fastest lap. You were 5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody on track, so you were pushing.
Yeah, no, definitely. Harry's a smart rider, and he's done it to me before. I've passed him, he's followed my lines, and then he's come back at me. So I passed him, and I made a point of putting the hammer down for a few laps, you know, to pull that gap. But then I found that I felt good, so I continued for the rest of the race. Felt amazing. Shout out to the Goggle Tech boys. These are incredible. This is one of the most important things about this race. So yeah, shout out to you boys, and yeah, over the moon to get the win.
Saying they do such a good job with them. Well done, Conrad, and congratulations on the win. Next up, we've got a first-time pro winner, Bailey Johnson. Mate, that was incredible. How are you feeling right now? You've got to be so pumped with that.
Yeah, over the moon with that performance. Last weekend I was here again, and I knew that I had more in the tank, and as soon as I got a good start against 450s and I was mixed in, I just tried to put as many 450s between as possible and just counting down the laps, just doing everything I've been doing all winter with Justin.
Now, you're on a 252 stroke in the MX2 class. Seems to be, obviously, that's the way a lot of people are going now. Are you comfortable with it? I mean, obviously, it's different to what the norm is, but is it been the right thing for you?
Yeah, well, last year I expected a bit more out of myself, and then someone mentioned to go on one of these, so we tried it, and then as soon as I got on this bike, I just felt like back to my normal self, whereas last year I didn't feel like I should have been performing how I did. So as soon as I got back in this, felt back at home like I won a 125 when I've won British Championships. So, yep.
That was an amazing performance there, mate. Is anyone you want to thank? Obviously, this is pretty special for you, and I imagine quite emotional as well. Is anyone?
Yeah, massive thanks to the whole Verdi team and Verdi Shine KTM, Goggle Bob, Goggle Tech for the goggles, and MJW for the unbelievable engine that's just helped me win that race.
Hopefully you get some many more. There we are, back to you guys in the studio. That was Bailey Johnson.
Okay, we have got coming up next the Clubman MX1 are going to be coming out next. Their only moto today. We've a revised schedule, remember. So thanks to that, they're going to be getting them out there. Okay, we're just going to potentially run another quick advert, and then we'll come back.
All eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you want.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place.
For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser-cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
Okay, this is the moment in any racer's career when no matter how many times you've raced, the adrenaline starts to flow. You can feel your heart pumping. It's the start. In a minute, the green flag will go up, indicating that all the riders are on the start line. Then the 15-second board will go up. That will turn to 5. And then any time after 5 seconds, the gate drops. As soon as that 5-second board goes up, the revs go up, their eyes come out on stalks, focusing on the gate to get that all-important good start. It makes such a difference to your race.
Ready at Bell Helmets, and I'm going to take you through the new Moto 10 Spherical. First and foremost, you'll notice that this helmet looks a lot different than anything we've released in the past. Starting with the shell. The shell is a 3K carbon construction, 2x2 weave, a lot like what we used on our previous generation Moto 9 Flex. But we've actually taken the shell and made it 2 pieces. So what that allows us to do is actually take the top of the helmet shell off and elevate that and actually increase the ventilation. Now, the way that these 2 pieces are bonded is we have self-welding screws that were borrowed from the aerospace industry. So the same way that they're putting together airplanes is the same way that we're putting this shell construction together. So as we move to the top of the helmet, you will notice that we've got the flying bridge visor system. Now, what that flying bridge visor system allows us to do is we've basically taken the center contact point off of the visor. So if you were to take a big impact to this visor, it's not going to translate that energy down through the middle of the helmet. That's what we're not looking for. So we're looking to actually move the energies away from the middle of the helmet. So by eliminating that flying bridge visor, eliminating that middle contact point, we're taking that energy and we're dissipating around the helmet. Now you will notice that we're using a toolless screw system. So all you have to do is flip this up. You can unscrew it, you can make it tighter, it's fully adjustable, so if you want to lower your visor, raise your visor, you can do that as well. Now within this system here, there's actually 2 plastic set pins, so on either side of the helmet. So if you were to take a really big impact to this visor, it's actually going to rotate all the way back or all the way forward. So those plastic set pins are going to snap off. So if you do take a really big hit and we can't mitigate it without that center contact point, and we're utilizing the flying bridge visor, as it takes that hit, it's going to rotate all the way back or all the way forward. So moving around to the back of the helmet, depending on your region, you're either going to be getting a Snell 2020 helmet or an ECE 2206 helmet. Now, as we flip the helmet on its side here, something that's really important that I want to point out is going to be these NMR bumpers. So this is an EPP bumper, and what it's designed to do is help mitigate impact energy to your collarbone. So if you were to take a really big hit, the premise here is that we're going to take away that energy to the collarbone. Ideally, if we can save the collarbone, you're not going to miss any races, hence the NMR bumpers. Working in conjunction with our NMR bumpers is going to be our MERS system. So the same system that you've seen us use previously in the Moto 9, we're using now here in the Moto 10. So that's our magnetic emergency release system. So you see how easy it is to get the cheek pads out in case of emergency. Now we've also partnered with Virus. Now Virus makes a material called Cool Jade. Now this is a phenomenal material that we're using. And when we partnered with Virus, we wanted something that we could create a really cool liner. And what Virus does is they actually recycled mineral jade down at the molecular level. They actually infuse it into the fabric. So the really nice part is your antimicrobial properties, your antibacterial properties, and the cooling effect of the liner are all done at the molecular level, so it will never wash out, it'll never wear out, it'll never dissipate. The nice part about the mineral jade is that cooling effect is typically 10 degrees cooler at ambient temperature. So if you were looking at our previous fabrics that we were using versus the new Virus fabric, this is actually going to be 10 degrees cooler Fahrenheit than the previous fabrics that we were using. Before we move deeper inside the helmet, I'd like to point out the panoramic goggle port. So this is the largest goggle port on the market and will accept any of today's modern goggles. So one of the most important features to our athletes was to be able to draw that sweat around and away from the goggles, because what they found was that they were saturating their goggles, sweat was getting in their eyes. So this is the first exchange system that we've come up with our engineering team that actually draws air away from the face. Now if you notice inside the helmet, this is the first helmet that we've created that every channel moves front to back, because ultimately at the end of the day we're trying to get as much air in the front of the helmet and out the back of the helmet. Now what our engineers found, you can put as much air in the front of the helmet that you want, but if you can't get it to go somewhere, it's not going to increase any type of ventilation. So that's why we came up with the 2-piece shell, so we could jam a bunch of air in the front of the helmet with our T system, and we could get it out the top and the back of the helmet with the 2-piece shell. So something that's never been done before. It was really important to our athletes, Tomac, Webb, Ferrandis, that we could really keep them cool on those hot summer days. With this new spherical liner system developed in conjunction with MIPS, we're actually utilizing EPP, EPS, and a lot more material than what we've previously used. So we developed 360 spherical in conjunction with MIPS. It's a ball socket design that allows a full 360 degrees of movement as well as full coverage on the head. So if you look at how these two pieces, you see there's a red slit plane here. You've got a molded EPP and EPS inner liner, more EPS on the outside behind the red slit plane, but what you'll notice is the whole system can actually move front to back, top to side, much more than any system that we've ever created. All right, so we've covered the inside and the outside of the new Moto 10 spherical. If you have any questions, reach out to us at bellhelmets.com.
Welcome back, folks. You can see just a little bit of camera work on the go there. We're just testing a few things out. Still going to keep moving. It has finally stopped raining.
Thank
God. Some puddles. Callum, you got out there quickly. A couple of teams are quite near the finish line here. So you had a quick chat. Bring us up to speed of what happened
with
in that
Harry.
one.
So spoke to Harry's manager, the owner of the team, Mr. Webber.
Yeah, Lee. Yeah,
Valerie Webber used to comment on the stream all the time. Was that his mum?
Yeah.
They're a very homegrown team, very close-knit bunch of people, and they're great as well. So he's very insightful with us. If we need anything from him, they're very open. So I went over there, asked them what happened with the bike. It was so simple, and these are just things that can happen to anyone. Harry had obviously kicked the oil filler cap on the side of the engine, which loosened it, and obviously when the bike's under a lot of load, there's a lot of pressure in the crankcase seals, and it was just blowing oil out onto the exhaust.
Yeah, because on the Yamaha, the exhaust wraps round.
It does.
Directly above, actually, the oil cap.
So as he was on full gas, that was obviously spraying oil out onto the exhaust. So it looked like a massive deal, but in reality it wasn't that bad, because a small bit of oil touching the exhaust, it just
Okay, so that was
smoke.
Actually oil causing the smoke and not steam.
Not steam, yeah. That's why it was leaving that blue film all over the circuit.
And on top of that, just with that cap off a little bit, that would have obviously just reduced a bit of horsepower, less pressure.
I'd imagine so, yeah. You would have less
not much, but enough
pressure.
I guess. And I would have thought at that point, let's be honest, he's got loads of experience, Harry Koulas. He would have been noticed at that point, the smoke around him, or the pit signals, and he was probably doing his best to nurse that thing home, not knowing what the actual problem was.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if that's going on, the worst case scenario, you can lose all your engine oil, and then, that's not going to end well. Fingers crossed they can get either a new bike out or that one turned back around, and they'll be out for the second pro race of the day a bit later on.
Of course, they're only just workshops just down the road. This is that when it was announced that we were coming to Oakhanger, I think there was no more team as static than the Cab Screens Crescent team, because they are literally just down the road.
I think 20 minutes?
Yeah, not far at all. Workshops and based from here, so they were pleased with that one. Right, you are currently seeing on screen, wherever you are on planet Earth, you are currently seeing the Worx Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 riders come to the start line. I'm going to tee Callum up for, I wouldn't say it's a shameless plug, because he's paid to be a sponsor of this championship with his business. So take it away right now, Callum Swan, sales pitch.
Sales pitch. Well, if you've got bills to pay and you've got a family at home that rely on your income, then you need insurance. As much as you don't think you do, you do. Especially if that income stops, if you was to, have an accident or whatever. That's where we can help. Worx Sports Insurance works with people from all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. I've dealt with Tommy, and a lot of those guys are covered by me. Had chat with Gilbert the other day because he's buying a new house and we need to sort some stuff out for him. So we can do everything. The scope is massive. We do life insurance, critical illness, income protection, and also accident cover for people who just ride for fun and practice, and they just want to make sure they get themselves a little bit of cover. We also do children's cover now. Unfortunately not for racing, but for people who just go out and have fun and practicing and stuff, doing motocross, we can cover for that. We can cover the kids for that. So give us a call on 030-223-5494. Don't do it right now, though, because it's diverted to my phone, my mobile, and I don't want to be dealing with that whilst we're doing the stream.
Don't start prank calling him through the through the live stream. He's a busy man right now. Don't call right now. There you go. Right, the gate is about to drop. Here we go then. The Worx Sports Insurance Clubman MX1. Who's going to get the whole shot? Straight in the traps there.
Like
the rider in the middle getting filled in as we're going to come around to this first corner. It's rider number 7, and that is Talon Aston. I think this is a regional track for Talon, if I've got that right. Apologies if I don't. Oh dear.
Bit of a tip over there.
Matt Smith-Bowen just tipping it over on the second corner there. Riding it up the bank.
Just looked like he ran out of real estate there.
Got himself some decent TV time, though. Yeah. There's always a flip side. Always put a positive spin on it. Yeah, so it's Talon Aston, the early race leader. Let me bring up to speed what happened yesterday. Billy Saunders, rider number 4, took the race win in the opening moto yesterday ahead of Talon Aston. Rider 142, Ryan King, came in 3rd in the opening moto yesterday. That was the top 3. And then in the second race yesterday, Ryan King came out on top. Talon Aston finished 2nd again.
Nice and
but
consistent.
Billy Saunders came 3rd, so they kind of flipped over.
Yep.
So really, those top 3 there are the ones that you're looking at potentially to be the top 3 podium riders.
Yep. And quite close in speed yesterday as well between those 3 guys. Saw James Thompson, number 0, quite an unusual number to have. There is a story behind that. I'll get refreshed on that story, but there is a story. But James Thompson is in 3rd of the minute on that Kawasaki, that Thompson Flooring Limited Kawasaki. Obviously, we've got to help these guys out with their sponsors because you know, a lot of them will be backed by themselves. So
they will. Leading the way, I think, making a move through the rollers and into the lead. I think that was Darren Manning Co. that went past Aston. We're going to pick them up here where they are on this other camera down the far end. They're coming towards us. There we are. Is that number 115? I think it is.
It
so
looks
difficult
like
to say.
it.
But I'm pretty certain because new riders sometimes, as in New Year, they swap bikes, swap kit or whatever. And it always takes us. I don't care how many times you think, well, you know a rider. There's about 300 competitors nearly at an MX Nationals. As much as me and Callum would love to know them all by sight.
Very difficult.
It takes a little while to learn their new colours each year. But Aston has come round in front, so what happened there? So he made a move on Darren Manning Co.
I always think this job is quite tough on this side of it. Oh, looks like he's under pressure again.
And there is rider 0, as you mentioned, James Thompson. He had a whole shot in one race yesterday, led for a few laps. Oh, that's tough through there. That's sort of like... see, this is the stuff that also, looking at this new venue, like next year, if we come back, the crew will look at all the footage, Alfie and the track building team, and say, okay, we need to get some drainage in there next year. We do that. You have to bear in mind, this circuit from start, it was literally just about 2.5 weeks ago was the first opportunity, not even that we could actually put a blade in the dirt and start building the thing. So jumping into the deep end with it.
For the guys. Obviously, it's not ideal being like that, but when working with the military, they're obviously running their training camps here, and they have exercises and all sorts of stuff, so it has to fit in with so many different schedules, which is why, you know, we had to run this at this time of year, because they've got things going on as well. And it's building that relationship in the coalition between the military and MX Nationals to try and bring you some more of these fantastic venues that have, you know, never seen the light of day before in this capacity. So it's brilliant from that perspective. But leading the way now, it looks like the 115 has got back in the lead. Darren Manning Co. pushing on now. And Aspiden just having to yield to that pressure. And they've pulled away, actually, from the rest of the pack by the looks of it. Have we lost? No, James Thompson's still there. So Darren Manning Co. brought to you by Fabrication Race Team. Talon Aspiden supported by LA Groundwork. And then James Thompson Flooring for James Thompson there.
So let me give you the top 10, the current running order, when they was over the line on the lead lap, the opening lap. It was Talon Aston leading the way, rider number 7, ahead of number 115, Darren Manning Co. Rider 0, James Thompson was in 3rd, ahead of number 142, Ryan King. Rider in 5th was Charles Haskins, number 439. Ashley Senior found himself in 6th, 42, ahead of number 52, Ben Lightbound for 7th. 8th was Dean Rogers, number 458, followed by number 245, Jordan Andrews. Rounding out the top 10 was the opening moto winner from yesterday, Billy Saunders. He's got work to do, Callum.
Yep, he definitely has. And obviously is this updating or?
Yeah, this is going to update next lap around. There's the Clubman getting cheered on. I love that. I do, you know, like they're racing, they put as much effort in as everybody else. They can't train, you know, full-time in the week. They've got full-time jobs, but don't tell me they're not committed.
Do you know what I love about this circuit? How close the fans can actually get to the action, because it's so vast and spread out. There isn't so much of those safety concerns you have on a bit more tight, compact, and the speeds are probably a bit lower as well. So it enables the fans to get really close to the action. It almost feels like old school Belgium, you know, that Dutch feeling.
Just knowing how the team work here, and they're already making mental notes of how to improve this facility. Race leader Darren Maninko nearly threw it away into that ditch to the side of the track. He's pushing it though, because he set the fastest lap of the race, last lap around.
Yeah, I mean, they've been going for sort of 6 minutes now.
Ryan King! Ryan King goes over the handlebars, one of the most low-speed over-the-handlebar crashes I've ever seen.
Planet Moto on his bike, but he just came out of the racing line and the dirt just grabbed his front wheel. Didn't
It was a real slow-motion type thing, yeah. Just stood it up in the slodgy stuff and went over the handlebars. I mean, if you're ever going to go over the handlebars, do it like that.
Do it like that. Less pain. But yeah, these guys have been going for like 6-7 minutes now. That, for a Clubman rider, that's when you start getting fatigue. It starts setting in. They're probably not knackered yet, but these guys, I would imagine right now, are sort of starting to come over the edge and are going to start to tire in, and we're going to see those little mistakes if they keep pushing.
That scene that we're looking there on,
it's
that's obviously the Enduro boys would look at any of the track today and go, God, fancy a bit of that.
Yeah.
But that, what a scene that is. Just goes to show on a sunny day how glorious it would be around this venue.
Tell you what, that part of the track there, that's holding up really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, the very back section as they loop back round to the start-finish area.
The water's gone as well.
Deeper, sort of whiter sand, and that part of the track is definitely probably the most favourable. Hence
that's
why
where I'd blend in with these trousers. They'd work round there, wouldn't they? Maybe I'll just go over there.
Camouflage. That's why Callum wore his Desert Storm cargo pants. For that very reason. There you go. Yeah, I mean, that scene there looks
lovely.
Almost gothic. But following James Thompson, he had a relatively good day yesterday. As we said, led a few laps in the, I think it was the opening moto.
Yep.
Ryan King's back up, and that was only a short fall, so he was up quickly, so he's still in fourth.
That was Louis Walker on the screen. British Army MX team.
Yeah, Louis.
So he was featured.
Awesome.
Then. Wicked to see the Army getting involved in that way.
It's just if you want to use that term, as am I old enough to throw out the term wicked? Well, I'm going to do it anyway.
I don't know.
It is.
I would say that's a 2000 cool word. We're gone past that now.
But just massive shout out to the British Army. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the British Army, if it wasn't for the Michelin MXNationals crew. Huge kudos to Paul and Neil Irwin for putting a lot on the line in running this series. He doesn't like the credit, but he's going to get it anyway. Massive shout out to Clinton Putnam and his team for making the track builds happen, all that kind of stuff. And of course, Elfie Smith and Justin Bartley for doing the incredible work they've done in the bulldozers.
I spoke to Clint and I was like, mate, I was like, surely you're getting something out of this. Like, you can't be doing it. And he was like, no, honestly, I'm getting nothing out of doing this. And then he turned to me and went, well, hopefully it'll earn me a place in heaven. And I'm like,
well,
fair enough, mate. Fair play. I was shocked. It just shows you the sort of guy he is. You might see Thompson there with a bit of a rag flopping around the back of his kit. Why is that, Jeff?
Right, that is so they can keep, if he falls and hopefully doesn't fall on his back, the idea is you put it around the back so it doesn't get so covered in dirt, is if he has a crash or a moment, he can kind of try and clean his gloves or anything he can clean the best he can. Inevitably, that rag gets muddier and dirtier as the race goes on. But for those early couple of laps, if you have a crash, sometimes it can be a bit of a saviour.
Yeah.
And you can clean the grips, clean your levers. Because obviously the worst thing in these conditions, if you go over on the right-hand side and your clutch, your throttle goes in, you get a load of sand in your throttle tube and whatever, that's when it can get a bit dodgy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think keeping controls working right on a bike. Obviously, your foot pegs. You see a lot of guys in sandy conditions run like a bit of inner tube or a bit of rub around the joint where the spring is. Try and keep the dirt out of areas of the bike where you're contacting it to try and keep you comfortable, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different race. When you have a wet weather race, there's certain precautions you have to do, obviously, to bring the bike in over the line. All these little tips that we've seen many times before. You know, there's the case of you can put mesh nets over the radiators, you know, to stop sand building up in there. All these kind of things. It basically, you know, at this point, you definitely think more about getting the bike over the line as much as the rider.
Yeah, it's a joint effort, isn't it, between man and machine?
I mean,
I think
it is at the best of times, but particularly in conditions like this. And
it's coming around, though.
It's so frustrating because the track was coming good yesterday.
Yeah.
It
I saw
definitely
some
dried
pictures
out
from
throughout the day, and you know, and if we'd have had another day like that, you'd have almost said by the time they graded the circuit over the night, the track would have probably been in about the best conditions you could have probably found it. But unfortunately, Mother Nature hasn't really wanted to work with us for the opening round. Ryan King nearly going over, nearly making the same mistake twice there, or at least in the same corner. Running order then in this Worx Sports Insurance Clubman MX1. It's Darren Manning Co, rider number 115. That's the rider you're looking for the people that are here are spectating. He is your race leader. Talon Aston, rider number 7, is still in second position. Ryan King has now worked his way up to third. Billy Saunders, while we've been talking technical about bike prep, has slowly worked his way up from 10th to 4th. James Thompson is still there in 5th, rider 0. Then it's Jordan Andrews for 6th. Drew Lane in 7th. Another regional rider, but not too far from this part of the world. Ashley Senior for 8th. Ben Lightbound 9th. Dean Rogers 10th. We're trying to find on our Louis Walker, who's out there, just to see where he is, our army dude. He's 24th position, going in at the deep end. Some of the, remember the Enduro, the British Army have had an Enduro team for a long time. This is the first year they've put together an official motocross team.
Yeah, it's good.
You know, a lot of the guys are genuine amateurs, you know, like they get to ride. They obviously ride occasionally with drills with the Army and get to ride. But
I think as well, for some of these guys, I mean, I know, I'm quite close to the guys in America that run rehabilitation programs for some of these Army guys as well. A lot, they go through so much trauma with that job, you know, trying to keep us safe and protecting us. There's more to it than just the glamorous side of it and having fun in tanks and things.
I'm throwing it out here right now. It's not a new idea, but it's one that's just came into my head right now. MXNationals team, listen up. Surely we have to do a military appreciation weekend for one of the races this year.
I would love that. Yeah.
We should go around, help for heroes, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
I'm throwing that out there right now. Maybe some of the teams can even do funky graphics just for that round, like they do at AMA Supercross.
Yeah.
Let's get behind the Army and show them some love.
100%, and you know, try and get some of the injured guys out as well, and get them here, and you know, get them sat here watching, and you know, just get them involved a little bit, get them interested in the sport, because they are keeping us safe all the time. You know, putting their neck on the line, and it's time we sort of respect that and pay them back. It shocks me how little of that we do in the UK compared to America.
British.
Yeah.
Stiff off the lip and all that.
I know, but you know, those guys out there get a lot of recognition as veterans, and I think we really need to appreciate our service members as much as we can.
That was Talon Aston going through your screens there. Another rider that is either spurting oil or losing water. He's currently second.
We're having a lot of that today, aren't we?
Yeah, you're going to see plenty of that. This on your screens, what people are seeing at home, that little chicane before the pit lane straight, is really starting to get heavy going down there. Yeah, that's a tough one. So,
Cakes.
Putting it through. Race leader still Darren Manning Co. His gap out front last time around was 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds actually. 4.924 over Talon Aston. Ryan King for third. Billy Saunders still sitting there in fourth. He's got some ways to go to catch up the top three, however. I think he's hoping for a mistake from one of them. We should be close to being on the last lap coming around soon. Or maybe even the checkered flag I can see there on the finish line. We've got some activity. So we must be getting close to the checkered flag coming out for this Clubman class. In which case, one of us better go down there. I'm going to go down there, Callum, and hope that Darren Manning Co. gets this thing done. There we go. Somebody better grab him. Okay, we are down here with the Worx Sports Insurance MX1 Clubman winner, Darren. Well, look at you. I mean, your face is quite clean. You had a couple of moments out there. How was that compared with yesterday? Because yesterday was a very different track. It was starting to come good, starting to dry. Different animal today. How did you find that? And by the way, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was a lot tougher than yesterday, a lot slower. I kept crashing yesterday. I couldn't stay on the bike for love nor money. I managed to stay on then, so it's definitely tough. I've not ridden anything like that in 15 years, not close, so very tough.
We say often, the Clubman, you guys are the backbone of the sport. I mean, the effort that goes into coming racing. You know, what's your standpoint on a day like this? Do you sit there and go, oh, God, the bike is going to get totaled, I'm going to have to buy new brake pads, all that kind of thing? Or do you just look and go, this is awesome, I don't care?
No, I woke up this morning thinking about parts and money. It cost a bomb, so I've got 4 kids, missus at home with them, life's expensive, so to come here and actually get a win it's worth the effort. So
and some TV time. Is anybody helping you out in particular you want to thank?
My mate Aaron Framingham, who's here in the MX2, he's helped me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even be here at all. And then just my partner who's at home, she's looking after the boys, so without her there, I wouldn't be able to come up.
Give them a shout out to your kids?
Yeah, Preston, Tommy, Denny, Cody, I love you all.
There you go. Well done, Darren. Great stuff. There we go. That's Clubman Racing. We love it. Okay, this is the moment in any racer's career when no matter how many times you've raced, the adrenaline starts to flow. You can feel your heart pumping. It's the start. In a minute, the green flag will go up, indicating that all the riders are on the start line. Then the 15-second board will go up. That will turn to 5. And then any time after 5 seconds, the gate drops. As soon as that 5-second board goes up, the revs go up, their eyes come out on stalks, focusing on the gate to get that all-important good start. It makes such a difference to your race. Okay, we are back live here at Oakhanger for round 1 of the Michelin MXNationals powered by Milwaukee. You just watched and witnessed the Worx Sports Insurance Clubman MX1. Coming up next is the Motoverde amateur class. So just to give you a highlight here of what we run at the Michelin MXNationals, we have the 85s, what we are now branding the SuperMinis. That's small wheel and big wheel. They're brought to you by Syntol. Then we have the Youth 125 and 250 combined together as one group. We call that the Futures, brought to you by Fly Futures. Then we have the 2 Clubman classes. They're separated by capacity. They have their own separate race. MX2, brought to you by Spiral Graphics. MX1, brought to you by Worx Sports Insurance, the race you've just seen. Then we move up in speed and grade to the Motoverde amateur class. This is the race you are about to watch. The next progression is the RFX Experts. That's obviously a lot of good riders that race regional motocross. They're the ones that make the decision borderline, where if they keep improving and obviously that good, they move into what we call the fastest 40 elite riders, which is effectively the Leatt MX1 Pro category and the Apico MX2 class combined to make the elite fastest 40. So we have got 3 races left today in this reduced program of racing. Coming up next is this Motoverde amateur class. Then it will be the RFX expert class. And then it will be the second and final moto of the day, which will be the fastest 40 elite riders. Callum.
I tell you what, the Motoverde bike wash, I don't know whether you use it. I certainly use it because it helped me out. But it is so good. It's really good for the bikes. My favourite thing at the minute with running the 2-strokes is the rust removal from the pipes. Oh my God. You could just tip that on there and the rust just falls off. You can see the 61 PCX out there moving all the dirt around.
Getting all technical with the bulldozers.
Do you know what? One day, Jeff, if I've got a few quid, I just want a couple of acres and some massive machines just to dig holes and stuff. It's just that I'll be happy.
Really?
That's all I want out of life.
That's your childhood shining through right there.
I'd love to go in the house and go, babe, I've had a tough day today. And she's like, what you done? I'm like, dug a massive lake out down there. Got to go fill it back in tomorrow.
I think the best thing we can do is probably start you off with a Forrest Gump lawnmower.
That'll do. Yeah, and we'll work it up. We'll go mini digger, you know. Just like, it's a man thing, isn't it? It's moving earth. There's just something quite Thanos-y about it.
I'll take your word for it. I haven't got quite the same ambitions as you.
I've never done it,
being a digger driver.
It's always been a bit of a fascination. I've never done it. It just excites me. Weird, I suppose.
Right, okay, so if we can start a GoFundMe page to get Callum a digger.
Yeah, I'd like something big, though, you know what I mean?
Okay. Maybe we should do a feature throughout the year of get you in one of them.
Get me in one. I'd love that so much.
You'd love that, wouldn't it?
No idea.
A bit of content, and there you go, fulfilling a lifelong ambition.
No idea.
I'll see if I can make that happen for you.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. God. Okay, you can see. Sorry, just why Callum kind of comes down off cloud 9 with thoughts of being a digger driver. Show you some of the action going on around.
Oh God, Jeff's picked up a keypad.
Mate, I'm on it.
Do you know how to work this?
Don't you worry about that. Look at this. Look at that.
Wow.
There you go.
You're all right, ain't you?
Yeah.
Are you paid to do this?
No, not at all. They don't otherwise trust me with it. But there we go, showing some of the action going on their sighting lap. You're not watching a race, remember. This is just them going out because this class hasn't been out at all today. This is their first view of the track.
Oh, that's going to be fun for them, isn't it? Imagine going out there on that. At least they've managed to shape some of it up. I don't know if it's going to help all that much, though. But we've got... I'm just going to read through a list of the guys we've got in the programme here. Lewis Taylor. He's riding the number 4 for Van Care Telby MC. We've got Aaron Gardner on the 7. Watt KTM. We've got John Kirk out there riding on the number 15. Josh Greedy, number 33. Darren Contractors. Jacob Bowen, number 35. VMX Motocross Club and the Cotswold Stone Const. I imagine that that's maybe more. Ryan Osborne, number 44. Evo Tech, backed rider. And 2J's Metalwork. Harry Foster out there, number 52. RFX, backed rider. James Smith, number 54. Backed by Midlands MX. Ross Milford, number 56 on the FC Racing team. David Flintmore, 70 on the Ross Quarry Products bike. Brad Thornhill, number 95 on the LMC Plant Radford machine. Jamie Dixon, 134 on the P&S Auto Services ride. Keelan Southwood, 144 on the JK Jointing Hayes Hire Stormer MX bike. Dan Holliday on the 158 Bike Sport Northeast. Joshua McCorkle, number 161 on the McCorkle Racing team. Kieran York, number 208 on the MX Revive outfit. Luke Mellows, 441 on the LM Kitchens and Furniture. Callum Gordon, number 611 on the MX Revive bikes. Adam Reeves, number 731. JMP Services and MX Race Gear. Sean Wainwright, 741 on Fast Eddie Racing Machine. Wainwright Plant Hire and Haulage. Henry Partridge, number 921 on the Concept Racing bike. Do you want to go through MX2?
I can do that. Absolutely. Regards to the MX2 contenders, rider number 12 is Jude Turnton, rider for MJW Syntol Oils. Then we've got Harry Fletcher, number 17 on the Davo Racing machine. Dan Broth racing for the Ruts.co.uk. Of course, that's his own company. Pinewood Energy Racing as well. Go and check out the guys at Ruts.co.uk. Grant Martin is rider number 36 on the GM Tattooer machine. Wainwright Plant and Haulage is obviously a sponsor of Ben Wainwright. Moving up, 2-time champion in Clubman. Yep. We put a rule down saying we can't make, if you win 2, you've got to go up. You can't go for the free.
Which is only fair, and I think
so he's had 2 dominant years in the Clubman, so he's moved up to the amateur, and that's exactly how it should work. Jasper Gibson, rider number 47 on the Motor Connection MX Direct machine. Lewis Glynn is number 51 on the RSS Racing Suspension bike. Rafe Broadley racing for the newly formed 723 team. Lewis King London from the Isle of Wight racing for MX Revive. Then we got rider number 84 Harry Barker. He is racing for HRH, His Royal Highness.
Maybe.
No, he's racing for the HRH group, Spares MX and Manchester Extreme. Alex Buchanan, 111 for the Mace Tech Tuning Suspension team. And then Morgan Walters is rider 1112 on the Motoverde Kenda Moto Direct APE Langmead supported machine. These guys are getting proper sponsors name checks, aren't they?
Hey, it's good. This is why they need to give this information to us.
Absolutely.
I don't want blank spots next to the names.
Charlie Palmer is rider number 128 in MX2, riding for the Apex Gas team, always a well-turned-out team from Lee at Apex, by the way. If you're ever in that area, go practice at Apex. They're open most weeks, weather permitting. Always a good place to go. Billy Collins, number 205 is racing for BC Racing. I reckon that's him. I'm guessing. Tommy Davis, 249. His sponsor is Windows at Creative. Then Ben White racing for the White Transport Services. His dad's company there. Tom Hughes, number 470, sponsoring himself. Tom Hughes Valeting.
That's what we like to see.
Actually, he can do my car after this weekend.
Yeah, my van sat there as well. Got 20 quid in the
Shameless
glove
plug.
box.
Trying to get Tom to give us a free valet. Callum Watson, number 511, racing with the MMP Direct. Then Luke Southern is 711. His sponsors are Middlesex MX and G Southern Plant. Then you've got Archie Hicks, 777 for the FC Racing team. Luca Pegg, who had a great day yesterday. Expect him to run at the sharp end. He won not only an MX2 second moto, he won the whole race on an MX2 bike. He's riding for Motoverde. And Sean Springer, who I don't believe is here actually, or maybe he is, Multi-Tech Performance, Rip and Roll, and CI Sport. We're not doing that for every class.
No, we were just filling in the
Filling
gap.
time.
Now, talking about features, right? We could get a feature of Tom Hughes valeting one of our cars to put out. On
Now you're just trying to blag stuff.
We can start using these guys. Look, I'm starting to think the cogs are
your
turning.
mind, yeah.
I need lots of this stuff. Like I could do with a new kitchen.
Okay.
You know, windows. There's, joinery, all of it. So maybe we could run features on renovating mine and Jeff's house and cleaning
or maybe
our cars.
not.
I think it's a good idea.
Right then, they are starting to get stacked up on behind the gate here for the amateur Motoverde class. Let's go through, if I can pull them up here, yesterday's results. So in the opening moto yesterday, Lewis Taylor took the race win in the MX1 category. But Luca Pegg got second in the race, obviously won the MX2 class. So Luca Pegg took both MX2 race wins yesterday. Luke Mellows got a third in the opening moto ahead of Alex Buchanan and John Kirk. In the second moto, it was definitely Luca Pegg that took the actual race win, and of course the MX2. As it comes in today, Alex Buchanan is second in the points with Rafe Broadley in third. Fourth is Ben Clark. Jude Turnton is currently in fifth after two motos of MX2 action. In the MX1, Lewis Taylor has a maximum score. He took both moto wins yesterday. Luke Mellows had 2 seconds. John Kirk had 2 thirds.
Right.
That's your top three. Then Kieran York, currently fourth in the standings ahead of Joshua McCorkle. Okay. We are getting them set to go. 3 races to go here today in this revised schedule. Normally, everybody gets 2 motos on the second day at Michelin MXNationals, but it's only the pros that are having 2 motos today because of the track conditions. And of course, it's not just the track conditions. We've got to get everybody safely out of the venue.
Yeah.
This whole site has to be back to normal, track flattened, all the equipment out of here by Tuesday afternoon.
Intense.
At the latest.
Yeah, that's a graft.
Because obviously we got pushed back 2 weeks because of the weather, and the Army have got manoeuvres this week coming up, and we need to be gone. And
All
again,
the infrastructure,
just a massive shout out to the British Army for playing ball. They could have easily looked up and said, sorry guys, that was your only weekend, that was your moment. And they actually let us come back here today, even though they've been doing manoeuvres over the weekend. Last night, there was actually soldiers on site doing manoeuvres around the track.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
Straight up. They said, well, we can't change our schedules, so we're just kind of work around you guys.
Yeah.
And that's amazing.
No, it's great. That is great. And do you know what's also great? These guys are all lined up now, lashed couple of bikes to hit the start gate, and look at that, we've nearly still got a full gate even after yesterday's racing. I imagine some bikes and riders did not survive yesterday, because that happens, but we're nearly there. Look, only 3 gates spare in this Motoverde Amateur MX1 and MX2 race. These guys are going to get their heads down in a minute. The gate will drop and we'll see who's going to come out at the sharp end.
Gate is down. Okay, who's going to get the whole shot? That's the term for the first rider around the first corner. Looked, oh, it might.
Was it?
I'll tell you what that might have been. I think that might have been Callum Gordon.
It was a 252 stroke KTM.
I don't know. I think that was 6'11", Callum Gordon. I'm not entirely certain. Marshall moves out to his point, just make sure nobody's crashed. Everybody's safely through there. Difficult to tell still, but looks like Callum Gordon potentially to me. There's Greedy, or somebody, an early faller. There's Mello's foot in his way. That corner is deep.
Yeah, can you look how packed this race is? You can just see how much difficulty how difficult it is when you're buried in that mid-pack. All the sand and water splashing everywhere.
No, it's triple one. I knew it was a triple-digit number, so it's 111. That's Buchanan, isn't it? Alex Buchanan.
Alex Buchanan.
So
on
it's a
an
250
MX2
rider. Good call there, Callum. You called that one well. 250 rider, getting the whole shot against some of these 450s.
Yeah, he definitely got the legs down the start straight. Just got a good jump. Thing is there, if you can get caught the way down the start without having your goggles filled with sand, you know, you've got half a good chance, haven't you, again to corner first. Lots of riders on track now.
Sorry, mate, go on, carry on.
No, I was saying there's a lot of riders on track now. There's quite a big difference.
Yeah. So there's Lewis Taylor as he's moved into the lead. He took yesterday's race wins, didn't he? He took both motos. I remember him being yesterday absolutely ecstatic when he took the first moto win of the championship. He was equally pleased the second one, but didn't show so much emotion, and he finds himself now in the lead of this one, going for that clean sweep.
Yeah, that's probably set the benchmark for himself in his own mind as well, you know, getting 2 wins. That's sort of, you know, where he's going to be in his mind. He now knows, well, I can do it. That's where I need to situate myself. I think we all do that in a certain, you know, aspect. And I remember when I was doing these Clubman races and stuff back in the day, like, I would be like, right, I'm happy if I get 10. I'm happy if I get 11. You know, we all sort of have those benchmarks, and the better you do, that just starts slowly creeping up, doesn't it? So he's obviously riding with a lot of confidence right now, so good to see Lewis Taylor back out in the lead and backing up what he did yesterday.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, Callum. Totally agree with that. Let's give you the running order on the green flag lap as they cross the line. It is Lewis Taylor. This is not by class. This is going to be how they actually stand in the race. Lewis Taylor leading the way ahead of Alex Buchanan. Then it's Luke Mellows for third. Fourth is Jacob Bowden. Then it's John Kirk in fifth. Adam Reeves, we've seen Adam get some incredible hole shots last year, didn't he? He was right up there, not for this time around. But he was in the Clubman last year, was he not? I can't remember.
He may have been, my bad. Actually, yeah.
Josh Greedy into seventh. Joshua McCorkle in eighth. Ninth is Brad Thornhill. Archie Hicks currently in 10th, who I thought was potentially race leader. Callum Gordon was in 11th on the opening lap. Then it was Harry Foster, number 52. Rafe Broadley has got some work to do, hasn't he? He's down there in 13th. 14th, Tommy Davis. Sean Wainwright. See Sean out there.
Oh, so Sean's back out as well, yeah, because Sean had a bit of an injury, I think, didn't he? Back end of last year, I think.
He took the whole year out as a defending champion. He won the title the year before, and then missed.
I don't think he's been on a bike for that long either, so I think he'll be warming up to it. I'm sure we'll see a bit more out of Sean Wainwright.
He missed a whole year of racing, you know.
So and then coming into this from no riding. Oh, that's going to be fun. Oh, rather you than me.
So just to round out the top 20, 16th is Tom Hughes. Keelan Southward for 17th. Ben White is in 18th, 19th Grant Martin, and in 20th Charlie Palmer. Right, who's that parked up, calling it a day early doors and going to ride back to the pit lane? No idea,
like
can't see their number from there. There's the race leader coming into shot, nicely footing his way. Got long old lanky legs, which are going to help Lewis Taylor around here when the going gets tough. Well, what do you mean when?
The going get tough. The tough get going.
Yeah, well, he is. Sometimes taller riders in these conditions definitely, they don't have so far to topple over without putting their leg down. That's somebody talking from experience.
I think also the bike can move a lot more freely without actually their body reacting so much to it.
And they can definitely hang off the back further to manual it through those deep ruts and rolling whoops.
Yeah, it does help.
He looks relatively clean, doesn't he, Lewis Taylor?
He does, actually. Has he got like a waterproof laminate coating on that white top?
He's
starched. Is that what?
Livery covered himself with olive oil.
Yeah.
That's not a tip.
Yeah.
No. You know, obviously with the bike, we get so many, like now, lubes and lubricants where you can put water dispellant on there. That's definitely going to help.
Yeah, a lot of these will be using all sorts of products. Probably a Motoverde product there, Aftershine, sprayed under the underside of the fenders, and it just eliminates that stick, doesn't it, of the dirt.
Yeah, it does.
Also silicone sprays, all sorts of things to stop that. And these are all parts of preparing a bike for a race meeting like this, because that's also part of preparing yourself. So make sure you get out there and check out Motoverde and their products that they have on offer.
Just as I imagined that would happen, I said that Rafe Broadley made a bad start. He did, but he's on the move. He set the quickest lap of the race and moved up 10 positions, virtually. Not on 10 positions, now into the top 10, setting a quickest lap time of 2:26.599. So look for the rider number 72. He is going to move up the field, I'm sure, as this race progresses.
Yeah, he's on one of the 723 race bikes, and they put out some good stuff. There's been some top riders on that team over the years, including Jude Morris, who we unfortunately we lost. But you can contribute to the Jude Morris Foundation.
Absolutely, please do.
To keep his legacy alive, and everyone at the MXNationals would appreciate that. So go and check out the Jude Morris Foundation. Any more information.
Well, they've done such an amazing job in Jude's memory. I mean, just alone, the money alone they've raised for the air ambulance is phenomenal.
Yeah, over £101,000 and counted.
Yeah, and then on top of that, they put investment back into youth development. Yeah, all those things. So, who was that coming up on the 47? That was Jasper Gibson making a detour,
an exit.
So
maybe could be a bike problem or something.
Yeah, well, he's got to be careful. If he pulls off the track there and starts getting any assistance, he'll probably be pulled up for outside assistance. If you've got to do anything to your bike, you've got to go into the pit lane. Yeah. If you get any assistance outside of that, then it normally means a DQ, a disqualification.
It's almost hard to flag it when you're on the TV as well.
Yes, it is. There's Rafe Broadley, number 72. He said he's moving on up. He's moved another place up to 9th now and is closing in on Josh Greedy.
Yeah, he's definitely got the work cut out for himself to get back up to where he, time-wise would like to be. I mean, we should be seeing Rafe probably in the top 5. Who's that? The 2:05 of Billy Collins, BC Racing Machine. It looks like a Fantic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just dropped it in one of those ruts.
Lights up the 2-stroke, gets it going again. No electric starts for those 2-strokes.
No. I think, does the new KTM have electric starts?
Oh, yes,
they do now, don't they? I think they do.
But
the Yamaha
Fantic doesn't.
Yeah, and the Fantic, they don't yet. And I can't see they ever will do. KTM seem to be leaps and bounds ahead in the 2-stroke world.
Yeah, we just checking the race times. These guys get I think it's an 18-minute race. Yeah, +1. We are currently 9 minutes 30 gone in an 18-minute plus 1 lap race. So pretty much just over halfway if you include the extra lap, or just coming up to halfway.
Lewis Taylor looks so good. Like, making this look really easy, and it's not. It's most certainly not.
As highlighted by the rider on screen.
Yes.
No idea who that is. He doesn't need a bike stand. Just stop and the bike will stay upright.
Need a bike stand. He needs a digger. I'll go and do it.
I have seen races that bad, actually. I was in several of them. Remember a British Championship in 1999. It rained so hard at Canada Heights that they actually just left the bikes out on track to the end of the race, and then went out with the digger bucket and just scooped the bike out with a digger bucket, because they physically, there was about 5-6 people trying to pull it out. They couldn't pull it out, so they eventually just got the digger bucket and just scooped the whole thing out.
Came with the bud, bike with the
whole
bud,
lot.
the lot.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wow. That
So-
was great fun, wasn't it?
So actually, conditions are quite good.
Yeah. No, what I think all he's done is just come off the racing line, hasn't he? And some of the material on the outside of the track will it would have held the water in there, especially when it's being moved away from the race line. It's got to go somewhere. It can't just disappear.
Yeah.
So it just sort of gets to the outsides and the bits of the track where it haven't been ridden on, and that rider unfortunately has just gone into a bit of a bog, and hopefully he can get that bike out and carry on.
Saw a rider number 36 just going through the screen a while ago. That's Grant Martin.
Just
yeah, see what we're saying?
You could start using it as a berm, couldn't you?
He's not getting out of there. I can see it looks like some of his pit crew are going to go and attempt to try and move it. He's way off the racing line anyway, so it's not going to cause an issue for the guys racing. Here is your race leader on screen, number 4, Lewis Taylor, stretching out his lead. It's now a gap of 7.6 seconds over Luke Mellows. Here comes some marshals to try and maybe help move that
I think
bike.
I'd start banking off that. Give you a nice bit of traction, wouldn't it?
Running order currently is Lewis Taylor leading the way ahead of Luke Mellows, Alex Buchanan third, but the leading 250 rider, MX2 rider, is Alex Buchanan. Then it's John Kirk. Joshua McCorkle is currently in 5th. Jacob Bowden, number 35, for 6th. 7th is Brad Thornhill. Moving up to 8th now is number 72, Rafe Broadley. Then it's Josh Greedy, Sean Wainwright now into the top 10. Beyond that, let's just do 11 to 20 for you. It's Callum Gordon in 11th. Then it's Ben Clark for 12th. Keelan Southwood following him. 14th is number 731, Adam Reed. Tommy Davis is currently in 15th. Number 52, Harry Foster for 16th. 17th, Jamie Dixon. Luca Pegg, who has won both MX2 motos yesterday, trying to go for that clean sweep.
18th.
But his work cut out. He's down in 18th, but he's obviously higher up in MX2. Henry Partridge, 19th, 20th, Charlie Palmer. If we go by class, let's try and sort this out. And I wish I hadn't done that, because now I've lost the entire feed.
Give it a quick refresh.
Give it a reboot. There we go.
If you guys want to have a little look as well at the live timer, you can do that. Just download the Speed Hive app or go on mylaps.com and you can have a look at the live timing from today. And keep track with me and Jeff. It does seem to have had a little bit of a hiccup right now.
It's again, it's this signal we've got here. It's not necessarily us, so don't start, you know, saying what's going on with the live time and you guys are useless, all that kind of thing. There is a military radar in the area, and what that does is it kind of jams signal, 4G signal, 5G signal every now and then, and signal just drops out like that, just in an instant.
Yeah.
So
and
bear with us. What happened to the sunshine?
In an instant, the sunshine's gone and the rain is back with vengeance. Look on the screen, Jeff, you can see it.
Not
so that's
cool.
going to change things up a little bit. Look
Well,
at the umbrellas
I think
are
the
back
damage
out.
is done, isn't it, regard to the track. It's brutal no matter what. In the MX2 category, Motoverde MX2 category, it's still Alex Buchanan leading the way. Rafe Broadley is now in second. Ben Clark for third. Fourth is going to be Tommy Davis. Luca Pegg is in fifth. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's Callum's turn to go and stay. He's going to go out and try and grab our race winner, which will be Lewis Taylor, if he keeps it going. He's got, I predict, 2 laps to go going on the time. He's not going to get over the finish line within, there's 48 seconds to go, but he's about 15 seconds away from crossing the line. So, in fact, there he is over the line. So next time around will be 1 lap to go for Lewis Taylor and the rest of the riders here in this Motoverde amateur class. Wow. As I said, this heavy rain is right. So we're back live here. God, this is what it was like leading up to the whole preparation of building the track. In fact, far worse than that. We had a load of snow just around the time we was going to start building the track. That then melted, and we still, honestly, I don't want to sound like I'm beating on and look for over sympathy and all that, but what I want everybody to realise at home that are probably saying, well, the state of British motocross and whatever, this was the only opportunity this year in the Alex Buchanan. 111 has gone off out of the lead potentially in the rollers. We just saw him kind of come back into view. There he is. He was in the race lead. I'm not sure if he's going to be now. So Buchanan, that might change everything and put Rafe Broadley into the lead potentially, because Rafe was riding in second. Right, let's see how far he's gone. Well, Rafe was closing in right under 72 with his lap times anyway. Well, not by much, but it kind of leveled out. He wasn't far behind. So, yeah, I think Rafe Broadley is now in the lead. We'll find out soon enough when they cross the finish line. It's going to be 1 lap to go for Lewis Taylor and co. There's Luke Mellows briefly on shot. So Lewis Taylor coming up. He's going to go over the finish now. There he goes. I think that's him across and finish over the finish line. No, not quite. That wasn't him. Yeah, there he goes. 1 lap to go then. Number 4, your race leader over the line. Was it him though, or was it Luke Mellows? It's getting all kind of mixed up. I think it's just the timing catching up. Yeah, so we get a little bit of lag on our timing screen. Look how deep it is through there. Wow, Lewis Taylor, even with those long legs, really struggling to paddle through that bit. I suppose the only positive thing we can say regarding the track conditions is we've only got 2 more races to go. But if you're an RFX expert rider, you're probably down there in the waiting zone thinking, oh God, why has it started to hammer down for my race? There he is on your screen, the race leader just about to drop into the bomb hole. That was James Smith just going through. There's Mellows. There's Luke Mellows, number 44. In second position. Luke, a long time supported Michelin rider. a pretty illustrious career in AMCA racing, and he's kind of rides now these days for fun as much as anything else. I think he's having fun out of there. Right, we're going to try our best to bring Lewis Taylor home on the cameras for you now. There he goes. We haven't got cameras up that far end, but if we swing the camera around to the left in a while, we're picking up, coming back through the other way. If not, we'll get him on. Here he comes. He should be coming round to this tabletop now any minute. Okay, well, we're just going to try and bring him in, and then Callum will do his best. I don't know what I'm laughing at. It'll be my turn next time around to try and grab some words with him in this downpour. There's the checkered flag being waved, and there is the race win. You can see how ecstatic he is with that. 3 for 3. Rather than keep Callum in the rain, let's see if we can grab him. He's not, is he? Callum's trying to pull him in. He's going to come over. Right. So we're going to let him get his crasher. Okay. Do you know what, Callum? Let's roll with it. Hold on a minute.
No. Oh no, this is absolute scenes down here. Lewis, that was gnarly, wasn't it? When the rain started coming down, what did you think?
Like 3 laps towards the end, I just thought, right, I know there's nobody anywhere near me now. Just fucking keep your head down and keep vision clear. And just got to give a fucking huge shout out to my trainer for Wake, Adrian. You know, this wouldn't be possible without him. Big thanks to the suspension man at Evo Tech. Done a great job as always. Yeah, just glad to get overall and get it done with him. Yeah, please, can't believe it. So.
Fortunately for you, you've just got one moto today, and that was more than enough riding, wasn't it? In this, I'm sure you're looking forward to get home and get washed off. Well done, mate.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, thanks.
Right, the weather today is quite wet. Back to you guys in that lovely warm studio.
It's dry. I wouldn't say it's warm, but yeah, well done Callan, well done Lewis for toughing it out. So Lewis Taylor took the race win. Luke Mellows came in second. Third goes to Brad Thornhill. John Kirk coming in fourth. Joshua McCorkle gets a fifth ahead of Josh Greedy. Jacob Bowden in for seventh. Sean Wainwright gets a ninth. Is Rafe Broadley. This is in the actual overall race standings. By class, let's just separate them up. So in the MX2 amateur, it was Rafe Broadley taking the race win ahead of Alex Buchanan, who either went off, I don't think he crashed out of the lead, but he took an off-track excursion and handed the lead to Alex Buchanan. Sorry, Rafe Broadley. Ben Clark gets a third. Fourth goes to Tommy Davis, and rounding out the top five is Dan Bruff. Right, we have 2 races to go. Coming up next is the RFX Expert class. They're going to have a sighting lap. We're going to go to a short ad break, so myself and Callum can get recharged. And we'll come back with some racing. 2 to go. RFX Experts coming up next. Right then, here we are, Oakhanger, round 1 of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. We've rebranded the class this year. We've called MXY2 the Futures class. Fly, brought to you by Fly Racing. One for the future, here and now. Last year's 85 champion. We're 2 races into the current championship. You're done for the day, and you've got a 1-1 scorecard. Billy Askew on the GTCI Revo machine. Off to a flying start, even though you've moved up. How are you feeling? Inevitably very good.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, strong on the bike, love the new team, everything around me is just going good. I'm really enjoying it at the minute.
Did you, like, obviously your confidence from the 85 was big, but you took the big step to go bypass the 125, go straight on the 250. We're 2 races in, you've won both races by about 15 seconds. Clearly, it looks like it was the right decision.
Yeah, I knew I had it in me. Some people doubted me, but I just felt like get a step up to this team and good things to come in the future with it. So, yeah, personally, I think it was a really good choice, but yeah.
Of course, it's more than just sticking on a 250 and getting used to that. You've got some pretty illustrious teammates that have been there and done it. So how's that working out? Lots of banter. We watch the vlogs. What's it like having Billy and Dylan as a teammate?
Yeah, it's really great being alongside Tommy and Dylan.
Tommy.
Yeah, they're both good people. Very talented, know what they're talking about. Tommy's got the brains, he just knows a lot of things. If you're having a bad day, he'll just tell you what you need to do and stuff like that. And he's really good to go around. And then it's good to have Dylan around because I can base myself off how far I am from him and then learn how he rides his 250. And yeah, everything is just really good. I'm in a really good opportunity at the minute, so I'm very happy.
I'm in trouble now because I said Billy instead of Tommy, and that will really annoy Tommy Sell. But we find that quite funny, don't we, Billy?
Yeah, that'll annoy Tommy, but
Good stuff. Well, look, good luck tomorrow. Keep an eye out for this guy. He wants to be in that winner's circle all year, and we're pretty certain he'll be up there most times. Well done, mate. Off to a great start.
Thank you.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Right, it's been a long time since I've done any manual labour. I mean, look at those hands. You can tell that. So, I'm down on the start line. We were the first nationals in the UK to introduce the mesh start grid. Obviously, they had them at GPs. But here at Oakhanger, you can see the wet sand. So, our start crew have to go along each and every one of these the best they can and try and get the sand out between each start. Clearly, I didn't put my back into that, nor am I going to. That is somebody else's responsibility. But that's what goes on down here at the start line at the Michelin MX Nationals when we have sandy conditions. Let's go and see who gets off the gate first.
Yeah, working perfectly, mate. Oh, I love it here. This is good because I get them round, they come round, I get the big jump as well. Best spot, I reckon.
Right, it's been a long time since I've done any manual labour. I mean, look at those hands. You can tell that. So, I'm down on the start line. We were the first nationals in the UK to introduce the mesh start grid. Obviously, they had them at GPs. But here at Oakhanger, you can see the wet sand. So, our start crew have to go along each and every one of these the best they can and try and get the sand out between each start. Clearly, I didn't put my back into that, nor am I going to. That is somebody else's responsibility. But that's what goes on down here at the start line at the Michelin MXNationals when we have sandy conditions. Let's go and see who gets off the gate first.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility and low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratchet enclosure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing. Introducing the Fly Racing Light Special Edition Avenge Racewear. The light jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, and the zero cuffs provide unrestricted mobility and a comfortable fit. Low-profile streamlined taped collar and multi-panel construction for maximum performance and comfortable fit. The BOA Fit System.
Here we are with amateur MX1, expert MX1, MX2, brought to you by the boys at RFX. Here we are, first lap underway. These guys only getting one race today, same as all the other amateur classes. Only the pros today are getting 2 motos. Track's been spruced up a little bit. Let's see who is in the lead once these guys start funneling through. To see the number 4, Harry Bradley there, another not ideal start. I know he had a bit of a tough day yesterday as well. We've got a rider down. Who is that?
Corner around there is so deep, so brutal. Right, let's see as they come down through the rollers. Try and identify your race leader. It's Declan Whittle, 411.
Yes.
He's the only one with a clean plate. Brown. So Ben Mustoe has moved up from the Youth 125 class into the expert class in the MX2. He had a very impressive day yesterday, taking both moto wins in MX2. Yeah. The MX1 class was a little bit more hard fought, but Declan Whittle was running at the front there yesterday.
Yeah, so, you know, moving from MXY2 to this, I suppose it's a bit of a stepping stone, isn't it, before throwing yourself head first into the pro class. Some people are ready to do it. Some people just need that extra little bit of time, and that's why we introduced this expert class. You'll see a lot of these riders from the expert class may ride in the British Championship.
Yeah.
But here we can separate those classes to just give them a little bit of a breathing space and their own platform to perform on, I suppose.
Absolutely, you know, that's the choice. Ben's very young, he's got time on his side. You know, get out, get some experience racing with adult racers, not necessarily with the pros, because sometimes the bigger lads, you know, they're more aggressive, make more aggressive overtaking moves, those kind of things. So he's it's an educational thing for Ben, and I've got no doubt 2024 he'll be in Pro MX2.
Well, it's the same thing for Billy Askew. A lot of people are saying, oh, why? What, they could just throw him into Pro MX2. Why? There's just no rush. There's absolutely no rush with these things. Build the momentum, build the confidence, strengthen yourself. They're still boys.
Yeah.
They're not grown men yet.
Totally agree. I think, you know, that whole EMX thing and how they should be riding straight away, well, it's getting harder and harder for British riders to go and do EMX. So I think we're getting to a point where if you want to be that guy, it might be a case of that you just get out mainland Europe and go down that route. But if you're based in the UK, I think there's still a lot to be said about coming through the learning system of racing and not moving up too soon.
Yeah, it works for the odd one, but it's not necessarily going to work for everybody. You need to provide an option for different people.
Yeah, and we went through obviously an era where you had Rocks and Hurlins, all these, you know, they kind of
15
did it
in GPs,
but not many people have just burst onto the scene at that age and become it. And then I think a lot of people probably thought, well, that's the norm, but it's not.
Yeah, it's
really.
not. I think the level of everybody has got higher now, so it's very difficult for someone. I mean, could you imagine Billy Askew going and lining up at a GP and winning? Because that's essentially what Ken Roxon did. He was younger than Billy, and I mean, that's just freak behaviour. You know, it's not normal, and it's probably not that safe either, really. So I
guess not.
But I think the level of everybody has been elevated over the last 10 years, which probably stops that really from being a realistic thing to happen now.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they were the first era of proper training, proper nutrition, proper structured riding, whereas before it was probably just a bit more, you know, each rider was compartmentalised in what they were doing.
A bit more hamburgers and tobacco.
Yeah.
No, probably not. Anyway, not at that level. Let's get back to this RFX expert class as they come round to the finish line. They're going to go past pit signaling area right now. Declan Whittle leading the way ahead of James Dodd, who took a race win yesterday. He's currently in second. Shane Carlos, good to see Shane out there. Looks like Shane was putting on moves right there in the battle behind, and let's just hold with that, see if we can see that. Yeah, he's all over him. Did he make the move? No, that was Musto. Ben Musto shooting up into the top three.
Oh, wow,
but
look at the lap time.
Yeah,
2:22.
MX2
bike
really against those 450. So
it's been the theme of the day.
That goes back very briefly what we're saying. So Ben is clearly leading the MX2, but by being in this class, he's going to get dragged along, push himself against the MX1 bikes.
Definitely. It's been a bit of a theme today. The MX2 bikes doing pretty well. Specifically the 252 strokes, I think. Not sure whether Ben's on one of them or not, but seems to be like they're working quite well in this deep sand track.
So Musto is in third in the race. No, he's in second now and closing in on the actual race leader, clearly leading the MX2 category. Ryan Thompson currently in fourth in the actual race standings, ahead of Ashley Greedy. Jaden Ashwell now being pushed down to sixth, rider 211. Sean Talbot is in seventh, ahead of Corey Southward, number 8. Rider number 9 is Aldous Freebergs. He's number 684 in ninth position. Henry Siddiqui, number 131, rounds out your top 10. Shane Carlos dropped down on that lap then. He's now down to 12th behind Callum Murphy. 13th is Jimmy Marsden. Richard Bird from Ireland over. He is 14th ahead of Matt Bayliss. Seen Matt do good things in the UK Arena Cross. But
I would have imagined Matt would
he loves it. They love it, don't they?
don't know.
No, I saw his social media post last night. He looked like he was having fun, but that was yesterday.
Yeah.
When it was drier. Harry Bradley, like you said, not making good starts that we saw him make last year.
No.
Charlie Griffiths, 17th. 18th, Josh Coleman. And Aaron Ongley, 19th. Jake Preston, one of our sponsors from Spiral Graphics, rounded out the top 20.
Harry Bradley, I believe last year was in the amateurs, was he? So I think Harry was in the amateurs last year. So again, progression stage. Harry obviously is coming up into the expert RFX MX1 category. Different kettle of fish. Everybody is as fast as him now. Bit different, you know. Like it's he's going to have to dig deep and find a little bit more. $10 minutes to go on the clock.
Yeah.
Now.
See, credit to the track crew when they've had the opportunity to get out there. They've tried to tidy up the bits they can. But as we said, in some places it's so wet, and the amount of tonnage of machinery,
it wouldn't.
Sometimes it's worse to run it over and make it more sloshy when there's already sort of existing lines there, and maybe down to firmer sand.
At least it's stopped raining again now, so one less thing for the guys to have to deal with.
Musto getting jiggy with it in the background. So it shows how tough it is coming down through that Roland section.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Musto made as much progression that lap round, but still that lap time with a 2:22 compared to Declan Whittle's 2:26 is quite impressive. And he was a second and a half quicker on the last lap, so might be just doing a bit of closing up, moving back, because he's probably trying to fight vision as well. When you get close, but Declan Whittle's a good rider. He isn't going to yield. He'll just be absolutely filling Ben in at the minute, I imagine. That big 450 chucking rocks and sand up at him.
Shout out to Lee Toland and the AC United Gas team for taking another young British rider on board.
Big time.
Love that.
Yeah.
They've done it with Bobby Bruce. Bobby was a little bit older when they took him on, but you've got two of arguably the UK's top talent coming through in Bobby Bruce and Ben Musto riding for the AC United Gas team. So well done for Lee investing into future riders.
I saw him last weekend and I shook his hand and I said, well done, Lee. You know, you do such a good job. And I mean, it probably gets that from everybody, but he deserves it. You know, he really has, you know, put his money where his mouth is, so to speak. And they do turn out an amazing looking bike. You know, it looks good from the outside, trying to bring sponsors into the sport. That is, Lee sets the tone really for what your awning and everything should look like. So yeah, but big hats off to those guys there.
So this section of the track leading across to the finish line, it's obviously the standard of riders are going up from Clubman up to the experts, but we had the bulldozers out on that pit lane straight. So that's why they're now churning through there a little bit quicker than they was earlier.
Still wouldn't quite fancy it myself, even now.
I can categorically tell you.
I think it's quite a tricky one there, though, because it is quite high speed. You do have to sort it out, because when the riders are getting on the brakes, we saw Tommy Searle last week. I'm sure anyone watching this who follows Motocross would have saw that. Back end stepped out, got on the brakes, and then bike preloaded up into his chest, you know. So it's a high speed part of the track, quite technical. So we do have to look after the guys, don't we?
We do indeed. Yeah, it's tough out there. And I can honestly say, after a long career, I am definitely a fair weather rider these days. That bike is staying firmly in the back of the van. If it even looks like I'm going to get like mud,
I'm not interested.
Slipping up on my jersey,
it's the
bike staying in the van.
It's just the clean. I don't mind actually riding in it.
No, I don't mind it.
When I was younger, I had some of my best results when it was like wet and challenging, but I hated every minute of it. I probably got my best results because I wanted to get back to the truck quicker and get washed.
Yeah, like for me, you know, racing down the years and British Championship, GPs, whatever, I was fortunate enough that my brother was my mechanic. That's no longer the case. So now I've got to clean it myself. I've now got a newfound perspective on riding a bike. When you can just hand it over to somebody else to deal with it,
well,
life's good.
My dad always made me do my own bike since I was like 12. He said, if you show up to the weekend with a dirty bike, then you're the one that's going to be embarrassed, and I'll tell everybody that you don't clean it. And that just, I was like, oh God, I can't do that. And it sort of made me, I was so conscious of people thinking, oh God, this kid's a dirtbag. I was like, need to clean it. In theory, probably a bit dangerous because my dad literally never turned the spanner on them until they really needed it. So the preventative maintenance wasn't in the best shape.
Well, there's definitely going to be some maintenance going on this week. A lot of clean-up operation to do from this weekend, but we've started the championship. It's March, it's the UK, the calendar, you know, around the GP thing, maybe going forward. Maybe we'll be fortunate enough next year where we can start the championship in April. That might give us a bit more of a fighting chance.
We had such a dry winter, really. If you look at the records, we haven't had much rain at all. And it seems to have just gone, well, they can have it this next 2 weeks, they can just have it all. Because it's been quite mild. The tracks have been good over Christmas and stuff. Like, there was good. We had that cold patch.
This was brilliant here, up until we had to start actually building the track.
Digger goes in, rain comes out.
Well, snow first. It was, you know, there was a good covering of snow up here just around the time they started building the track, so that didn't get us off to a good start. Okay, regards of the actual running order of the race, it looks like Ben Mustoe is now leading the entire field. When he goes over the finish line, your timing screen on your or top 10 on your TVs or whether you're watching on your laptop or phone or whatever, that will refresh and it should show Ben Mustoe as leading the race. He's the leading MX2 rider. I might have that wrong actually. Maybe he's made another little mistake and Declan Whittle's got back in front of him. Either way, it's a close run thing. Ben Mustoe clearly setting the quickest lap of the race by 4 seconds over anybody else. There he is on screen. So there's Whittle. Is Whittle behind him?
Sorry, I was
that looked
distracted
like
there for a minute. Jeff wasn't backing you up.
No worries, mate. We can find out in a minute when he crosses the finish line.
Somebody's giving everybody a nice dose.
Here he comes over the finish line now for Ben Mustoe. There he goes. Quickly got a glimpse of him as he shot round that corner. Let's stick with that camera and see if Whittle. So Whittle now second in the race, but leading the MX1.
Yeah, of course.
That's the thing. That's the only thing that Declan cares about. I don't think he's worried that Ben's beating him.
Last lap, Ben Mustoe, 2:23.7. Declan Whittle, 2:35.8.
So
that's a different race.
Yeah, but I think it's more than, like I said, Declan made a mistake. If you look at his previous lap times and the competition around him, like Ryan Thompson, so clearly Declan Whittle made a big mistake that last lap.
10-second gap now to Ben, so he's in that comfort zone.
He is. Let's just do it by class and show you where, or tell you where. So, in the Expert MX2 category, brought to you by Race Effects. I think that's John Kirk smoking his way down that sort of fast sand alley there. It's not so fast today. But it's Ben Mustoe leading the MX2 category ahead of Ryan Thompson. Aldis Freebergs is in third ahead of Henry Siddiqui. Jimmy Marsden currently in fifth in the MX2. Ahead of Callum Murphy, Shane Carless, Josh Coleman, Matt Bayliss and Aaron Ongley. There you go. That is the top 10 in the RFX Experts class.
Yes, these guys been going for 16.5 minutes now. 5 laps ticked off. I think this is an 18-minute lap race or a 20-minute.
Yeah, well, I think it's 20.
But they will have shaved a bit of time off.
But I'm not
I'd
sure
imagine.
if we've rescheduled to 18 because of the conditions.
Yeah. It makes
sure
sense.
it's a 20-minute moto for these boys. Well, it definitely always traditionally has been.
Yeah, 20 plus 1.
I think we're sticking with that. They're only getting one race today, so let's give them the full race distance.
Punish them. So, but anyway, either way, not much longer to go now, so you'll start seeing them sort of maybe settling where they are. You can't push the envelope too far, can you, when it's like this? You start trying to push it and riding out your comfort zone, things are going to go wrong really quickly. And there's the 2:11 of Jaden Ashmel coming through there. He's one of the AJP Geartech Racing riders. Again, another team that puts on a very nice display. I'd have expected a little bit more out of Jaden around here, but hey, doesn't always work like that, does it?
I think he could be riding wounded. He had a big get off yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
And smashed his, winded himself pretty bad. Actually caused a red flag incident.
So maybe some broken ribs or something.
Yeah, he might be just genuinely battered, beaten up.
Yeah.
Just damage limitation.
Look
more
at
and more bikes starting to sting. Look
oh
how
God, that I need that.
It was
clip.
like that was like a sort of freight train of.
Yeah. I just so want to put the Thomas the Tank Engine theme tune over something. I did it last week on a pro rider, and I showed it to the the team, and he laughed, and he was like, "Yeah, don't upload that." So I need a less sensitive situation to make that reality.
You can go and
it'll
watch
be
this
a
back.
Real sensation.
Yeah, watch it back and make your own reel with it. There's Josh Coleman going for a quick pull on the toggle of his roll-offs. Trying to keep some clear vision down through there. There's your race leader.
Track coming back around a little bit now.
Yeah.
After that downpour of rain.
Do you know what? Knowing Ben like I do, I was fortunate enough to have a season working with him at Team Green. Kawasaki on the 85. One of the things that attracted myself and Kawasaki to his talents was the fact that he's very gritty. He's got a bit of the Todd Kellitz about him, I've always thought.
Okay.
He just keeps plugging. Honestly, he's a very gritty, determined rider. So AC United, Gas have definitely got a rider that will apply himself 100%. You know you're going to get that out of Ben. He's not going to pull out of a race unless literally he's injured or the bike parks up.
Will not let him, yeah.
Okay, Callum is going to make his way down there. So he's going to be prepared for whoever wins this race. We're going to grab them and have a chat with them, get their point of view of what it was like to ride round Oakhanger this weekend. A definite contrast from yesterday. It was still wet yesterday, but the track dried really good as we went throughout the day. Not so much today. But I would absolutely say yesterday, as the racing went on, we started to see the true potential of Oakhanger as a new venue. If we can come back next year in drier conditions, it will be a fantastic race circuit where the course will open up more to more lines, better racing. Obviously, any mud race that you get, traditionally you're starting to get kind of one good line, one race line. In drier conditions, this track is going to make some brilliant racing. So fingers crossed, all being well with the Michelin MXNationals powered by Milwaukee, the British Army, all these things we'll be showing you live action in 2024 from this venue in drier conditions. That would be nice. The one lap board goes out. Musto is on his way around on the last lap. In fact, he gets the checkered flag. Was that him crossing line? No, I thought I saw the flag come out there momentarily. Just trying to pick up Ben Musto on his final lap out here. Declan Whitt still leading the MX1 category. So Declan is riding as a wild card. What that effectively means is he's scoring points on the day and he will be in the overall positions, but come the championship at the end of the year, if he wants to get this done, he needs to register for the championship. Right, I'm a bit confused here because Ben Musto is actually in off the track. There's been a real issue here, I think. The checkered flag momentarily came out and Ben Musto pulled in. So that will be a steward's inquiry in regards of that one. The riders are starting to pull in now. I'm not sure if the checkered flag is out, but there's some confusion down there. Anyway, we're just going to go to a very quick little stinger and then we will go to Callum and he can chat.
Right, I'm live with a very stingy-eyed Ben Musto. I wish I'd have had a bit of rag or something to sort you out because it's not nice, is it? That was mega, mate. You look like you're really getting to work on this 250 in this expert class. How's it going for you? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the 250 at the moment. I like to say it suits my style better, but yeah, it's going well so far. I had 11th in the MX2 last week, but something happened in the second motor, and I've won more races this weekend, so I'm pretty happy at the moment. Yeah.
I know, like Lee and all the guys turn out a proper bike, don't they, and everything down there. Are you happy with everything? Is there anyone you want to thank, obviously, to do with the team? And
yeah, I can't thank the team enough. They've been brilliant. My mechanic Logan, my mum and dad. But yeah, it's been really good. These first 2 rounds, I've been really impressed with what everyone's doing, and I've been really happy.
Ben, you go and get your eyes cleaned up, and well done. Congratulations. You come a bit closer. No, he's using them long legs to his advantage. That wasn't very fun, was it?
No. No, not at all.
What's it like? Obviously, we got that rain, the downpour rain. Did that? I mean, obviously, you haven't ridden the track today. Was it super heavy?
Yeah, sort of like riding in a minefield.
Just waiting for something to happen.
I just thought if I get a good start, I can ride on my own. You can't be getting roosted, and it's too thick and muddy. It's too deep.
You actually got a mega start, and you ran up front.
Quite run with him. He's a bit younger than me. I think he's going to surpass us boys, but let him go, and I could ride on my own.
Well, you've no need to even be entertaining that battle. Anyone you want to thank?
Lings Motor Group. They're the main guys. They're awesome.
Fully supporting you.
That's it.
And well, you got the win, and you got the job done. Well done. Cool. And hopefully next time we'll see you back up here again. Goggles nice and clean as well. Look, did you prep them yourself?
I did. I done them in the hotel last
night. Oh, there we are. See you later, guys. Back to you in there, Jeff.
Well done, Callum. Talking to Declan Whittle down there, who took the race win in the MX1 RFX expert class. Ben Musto won the race, but also with that, of course, took the MX2 category with a clean sweep this weekend. 3 for 3. Right, folks, this is it. We have got one race to go. That is the second Pro Moto, the Elite Fastest 40, brought to you by Leatt and Apico. Leatt supporting the MX1 class, Apico MX2. Yes, it's been an eventful, I wouldn't even say weekend, I would say an eventful few weeks to get to this point. But we are recording scores. We have got a championship underway in tough times. And I'm sure as we move into April for round 2 at Monster Mountain, please, weather gods, be kind to us when we go to Wales on another new circuit, right on top of a big hilltop, looking over, well, a mountain effectively, overlooking Merthyr Tydfil. We are there on the 6th and 7th of May. Get on to MXNationals.co.uk for all information on that. We'll probably be doing pre-sale tickets again for that one, where you can get a slightly discounted ticket rather than turning up on the gate. And of course, we will be at it again with the live stream on Dirt World TV. And again, the coverage up there, we can see all the track. There's no trees. Massive new circuit built by, again, Justin and Elfie. GP spec, huge jumps, plenty of width, plenty of parking. It's all good.
Every day it's like a new adventure. You know, you can be on different kind of track. You can ride motocross, some track, and yeah, every track are really different. The way of riding your bike, the technical, everything, and it's really what I like when I ride.
So folks, welcome back. This is it then. This is the final moto of the day. The second Elite Fastest 40 MX1, MX2, presented to you by Leatt, supporting the MX1 category, and Apico Factory Racing, supporting MX2. Right, just a little update from the opening moto. There was a little timing glitch regarding the one lap board. Okay, so what basically ended up happening, the race went effectively one lap too long. So the count back means that Harry Koulas ended up in second and not third. Okay, so regarding to the overall, that could have implications on the overall result. If Harry goes out and wins this moto, that means he will win the overall event with a 2-1. So what, again, just what happened with that is that the board went out late. The 20 minutes had gone by, but the one lap board technical hitch didn't go out, and we did an extra lap. So that's what I'm being told by timing and scoring. Of course, anybody got any issues with that here at the site, well, don't come run into me. I don't make the decisions, I just call what I'm told here. But they're going to be coming back in off their sighting lap. There's Conrad Muse going back across the start, going back to his waiting team back there. He decided to do a sighting lap. You'll see some still parked up in the pit waiting area behind the start that opted not to go out for that sighting lap. But the Crendon Fast Track Hitachi True 7 Honda Racing Team riders did. I don't think I saw Koulas out there. I think he decided to sit the sighting lap out. And all that work paid dividends for him. We're about to find out. Just before we get into this last race, I once again want to give a massive shout out on behalf of not just everybody at the Michelin MXNationals, for British Motocross. Thank you, the good old British Army, for making this happen and the potential of finding more new venues. Our sport is not easy to find new venues, to even keep existing venues. Obviously with the fun police these days, you know, noise pollution, all these kind of things, and so much work goes into finding venues these days, way more than what people think. What goes on behind the scenes with regional councils. You have to do all these kind of checks, work with the road network, local hospitals. It's just not a case. The sport has moved on to that point where health and safety and all the red tape you have to go through these days to lay on an event. So thank you, the British Army, for giving us an opportunity to maybe find exciting new venues going forward. Also a big shout out to Paul and Neil Irwin, directors of the Michelin MXNationals, for their incredible, unrelenting hard work in driving this championship forward over the last 10 years. All of our small but hard-working team here at the Michelin MXNationals. Huge shout out to all the medics, paramedics, everybody that comes out and makes this event run, because without them, we don't run. And our marshal and track team, all the marshals that come out, stand out there in all conditions, all day, often and not getting a break because of our race schedule. We applaud you. Thank you. Because again, without those guys, we wouldn't be running this event, particularly in these tough conditions. So thank you for everybody to get us to the 10th year, and everybody that's helped out this weekend. I'm going to finally sign off with a thanks again to Clinton Putnam and his team, Alfie, Justin, everybody that has built this track, and Oxford Moto Park in the last 4 or 5 months, bringing us 2 exciting new venues, and fingers crossed, more to come. Okay, they are coming to the line with rider 303, I think that is Jake Millward, who topped MX2 qualifier, come into the line first. So we alternate them. MX2 gets the first pick, then the quickest MX1 rider second. Third pick will go to the second MX2 rider, and then so it goes down the line. Cusses again going up the inside, or is that Sam Nunn? That might be Sam Nunn. In that white kit on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha YZ250F.
Got there in the end. I was just having a good chat with Declan Whittle for a while there.
Yeah.
He was really impressed with Ben Musto. He just said, "Oh, when he come past me, I tried doing everything to hang on to him. I just couldn't. I had nothing." So yeah, he was really impressed. It's good to see like an older rider, you know, more mature rider actually go, "That kid's got it. He's all right." He is.
And Declan is a good sand rider, by the way.
Yeah.
I think his regional track is Ling. He's up round that way, that part of the world.
He was.
And do you know what? Actually, I'm going to give Declan some proper kudos here, because we've been doing this 10 years. He was part of still, in my opinion, if I had to choose the greatest race in MXNationals history, he was in it.
Really?
It was awesome. It was at...
before my time.
Yeah, it was. It was before your time. We went to another new track back in the day, Crookwood. It was the last moto of the championship, literally the last race of the day at the last championship round. It was between him and Luke Parker, and it was simple maths. Whoever won the championship.
Wow.
And they absolutely went at it for 20 minutes, back and forth, changing lead, banging bars, punting each other. Yeah, and it was unreal. I think Declan did he win it? I think he won it. But either way, they crossed the line because they're mates, and it was all like proper sportsmanship. Wicked. It was amazing.
That's good.
I wish we were live streaming then, because that would have been awesome.
We've had some like that. We've had some close ones, haven't we, towards the back end of the year. So this is the fastest 40. So MX1 and MX2 combined. MX1 is brought to you by Leatt. MX2 is brought to you by Apico Factory Racing. The heads are going to go down, and the gate will drop any minute now. Didn't time that very well.
You did. Cusses, what a ripper up the inside. Another whole shot. Or did he get pushed wide? Just by, was that Gilbert or Muse? Couldn't quite tell.
So, after talking to Declan, he had a conversation with Cusses, I think, as well. And down there on the start, Declan picked a raw, and his dad was like, that doesn't look very good. He went, "Dad, trust me." And it was full of water, and because of the surface tension, it made it really hard. So when he came off the grate, the bike just boom, it shot out of it. And that was a Cusses thing apparently as well. He was looking for the same stuff.
He's got some work to do, because Conrad Muse on that Crendon fast track, Hitachi True 7 Honda Racing Machine.
Got it all out.
Not sure in the right order. But we got it out
fast anyway.
Cab screen, Crescent Yamaha in second. Then Gilbert trying to make a move on. Was that John Adamson with a better start?
It looked like Martin Barr was up there as well.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, there's Marty in fifth.
Yeah.
As they sort themselves out through the wooded section. I mean, the whole track's tree lined, but this is one section where we actually really go in amongst the trees, kind of like you said, GNCC full-on enduro style. Out onto the more open section, and well, he is
pulled the pin, hasn't he? Straight
away, clean track, which any rider of any note would do. They've got enough experience to know what make hay while the sun is shining, as it were. You've got a clean track, and Conrad is trying to get like a bigger gap as possible on this opening lap, so then he can manage the race from there.
Conrad's smart though, he won't push it too much, I don't think. He's just going to try and build that cushion. I mean, he's built a massive cushion up now, and he'll just try and manage that gap throughout the race. No one wants to throw it away, do we, at this late stage?
Definitely not.
In the day.
That's a hefty first lap lead though for him.
Yeah,
let's see when he crosses the line what it's up to. I'd say it's about 5 seconds already. Maybe even more than that. 6.4 on the opening lap.
Conrad Mew's opening lap was a 2:14. Harry Kulas 2:20. And everybody else 25, 26, 27, 29. So Conrad Mew is literally in his own time warp right now.
Yeah, so Kulas second, Josh Gilbert in third, Martin Barr for fourth, John Adamson it was up there in the top 5 in fifth, then Jamie Carpenter is currently in sixth, number 184, Charlie Putnam for seventh, number 91, Tom Grimshaw, number 16, is currently in eighth, ninth down Thornhill. Sam Nunn is your leading 250 rider this time on the Cavs Greens Crescent Yamaha, but he's closely followed by first race winner Bailey Johnston. So, are we going to see it? He's taken his first pro race win. Can he get the overall?
He's going to be fired up, isn't he? He's going to be fired up. I personally think that 252 stroke, especially in conditions like this, is an optimal bike to be on. Bit more lightweight, you know, less physical. I think he's in a good spot. I think we can get it done.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think Sam finished second in the 250s in the opening moto. I certainly don't remember that happening.
No.
So
I've got it here.
It stays as it is. So yeah, you got it there. So I mean, he could win the overall by staying in second position. Bailey Johnston. Yeah, Sam Nunn was down in seventh.
Nowhere.
So if he, I mean, a 1-2 would definitely win it.
Who would be third at the minute? Jamie Wainwright, maybe? Charlie Cole.
Charlie Cole. So let's give you an update on the MX2 category as it stands after one complete full lap. Sam Nunn leads the way in the 250 class ahead of Bailey Johnson. Charlie Cole on the Blades Kawasaki is third. Then it's Jamie Wainwright. Charlie Heyman having a better one in this one in fifth. Ben Franklin for sixth. Seventh is Callum Mitchell. Eighth is number 6, Carlton Husband. Jake Millward down in ninth. Sean Mahoney is currently in 10th, stepping up from the youth class straight into the pros. The young Welshman currently riding in the top 10. Joe Brooks is 11th. Elfie Jones currently 12th. And in 13th is Josh Taylor.
Yeah, it's actually surprised me quite how much. So if I get this right, I don't want to get this wrong. The surprise is still in my head. Jake Millward. After seeing how he rode last weekend, I just expected him to be more fired up, especially with his teammate Bailey Johnson getting the win in the first race. I thought that might have, you know, ignited a bit of flame. But you don't know. I don't know what's going on completely, but I'm sure he expects a little bit more from himself. And I really think that you know, Jake Millward could be a title contender going into this season. I really do. I think he's been riding well on that 2-2 stroke. I know he's had a good off season, so I just expect a little bit more out of him today. But we'll see how the race.
I totally agree. I mean, you know, stepping down onto the 250s, I think he proved in qualifying how quick he can go. He just hasn't got the racing off to a good start.
I think it's the starts more than anything. Like, if you don't gate in this, you're just filled in, aren't you? And to pull through, you've got to do something pretty special.
Conrad keeps going so quick. We keep quite missing him with the camera. By the time we kind of tee that up.
2:09 his fastest lap now. Harry Kulas just coming over the line there with a 2:11. So not that massive gap difference in speed now. Still obviously a little bit quicker. The gap back to Harry is 10 seconds.
There's the race leader on screen, number 426, Conrad Mewes. Feet on pegs, on the pegs for as long as you possibly can round here. Try and stand up as much as you can. Of course, easier said than done. See Harry there doing a little bit of leg swag.
Just trying to stay balanced.
A little bit of Eli Tomac on that going around that corner. Here's Muse. Let's see how he takes these rollers on. Pretty darn good considering the ruts and slot through there. Look at him, clean vision. That makes such a difference. Kulas doing his best to hang with him. I think all said and done, probably under the circumstances, even though he went 1-1 last week, you know, and having that issue in the first race with the oil plug, just coming loose or kicking it loose with his foot.
You can do it with your, you know, it's one of the things when you're moving around a lot, aren't you, when it's like this? There's probably a lot more movements that you're doing on the motorcycle to get yourself in the right positions.
But if it stays like this, it will be obviously kind of role reversal from the Revo British Championship last week. Last weekend here at this venue, Harry went 1-1. We're on track this time around, and then Conrad went 2-2. This time around.
That first race, Conrad's pace was absolutely incredible, wasn't it, last weekend? Really was something special. He just was not getting the starts, and it just shows you what a good start can do.
Oh, is that Charlie Cole through the whoops? I think it might have been. Getting a bit squirrely through there. I'm not pulling him up because it's just a nightmare just to get through there. There's young Sean Mahoney on screen. Quick glimpse of him making his pro debut in the MX Nationals. Well, at least with the pro national for the MX Nationals this weekend. Josh Gilbert, he's currently in third, but some way off the lead too. But when we start getting, it'd be happy. I think it'd be relatively happy. Josh third. He will probably find his feet a bit more when we go to a hard pack circuit.
I think Josh is a warmer up guy in as well. I think he'll get better as the season progresses. I think he's just likes to slowly build. I mean, obviously they've just come off Arena Cross as well. Completely different discipline. So I don't know whether there's much, you know, relevance on how prepared each of the riders are, but I think Josh is just one of them guys that will just take his time through the season and build up to where he expects himself to be.
Yay, the classic camera wipe. Listen,
we need a roll off on there.
If anybody pulls us up on that, I'm going to say the amount of times we've seen at GP Motocross where the cameramen are cleaning the cameras from rain. So come on now, you can see how difficult the conditions are.
I'm sure Bob Buchanan could develop some sort of roll-off canister system for the lenses.
That would be quite cool.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Come on, Bob, get in the workshop and engineer something for the guys.
There's John Adamson, number 2. He's currently riding in 5th in the MX1. He had a disastrous weekend last weekend, start to his Revo British Championship. A bit better this weekend. Circulating currently in the top 5. There's Conrad beautifully over that tabletop, taking that far right-hand line, starting to cut across ruts, just making it look way more easier than it actually is.
Absolute masterclass from the 426. Conrad Muse on the Brendan Fast Track Honda.
You can see on the timing clock there, 8:54 plus 1 to go in this one. Shortened races today, shortened race schedule. Normally most competitors in MX Nationals have 2 motos each day, except the pros that only race on the Sunday, but all the other classes only had 1 moto today. The pros get 2, but we've reduced the race times down.
I think everybody's going to be very happy about that. No complaints on the 1 race format, especially for the amateurs. It's no good. I like it as well. We get half a day. Maybe we should push this agenda.
Maybe we should. I think we have to have a production meeting afterwards. And
the 1-day format, guys, perfect. Love it.
There's once again Steve Muse, Conrad's dad, getting in the shot yet again.
Loves it. He just knows where to be.
He
he's
sussed that
has
out.
he drinking from a fountain of youth or something? Seems to age.
I'm sure watching his kid ride down the years has definitely added a degree of anxiety.
To be fair though, Conrad's not very old.
No.
You know, really, he's early 20s.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly that. So,
really,
well, he's going to be the next dominant generation of British motocross, and there's no denying that. You know, the bottom line is that Tommy Searle is coming to the end of his career. Pretty much openly said this could well be his last year. Harry Koulas, you know, getting towards the end of his. Sean Simpson, you know, and Conrad's up there.
It's so hard to comprehend because those names are just so ingrained into the last 10 years of motocross history, and they'll just, you know, either be forgotten. It's mad, really, and then that leaves room for the next generation to come up.
Yeah, I'd like to think. I think Tommy will stick around. I think he might maybe have a bit of sabbatical when he does park it up, take a couple of years out of the game, or whatever he decides to do. And he's earned that right 100% with the all he's achieved in his career. But I don't think you'll see Tommy away from the sport very long. You can see him coming back in guise as a team manager or coach or like that. Certainly with all that he's doing with Ed, for example, at Kex. And
what he's done is extended his career through doing the YouTubes and things like that, and he's brought value to himself once again, which is a really clever thing to do for a rider, and so difficult to do at the back end of your career, especially when you've had a reputation through your life of being the guy that doesn't really want to talk to the camera and doesn't really want to put himself out there in that way. He's just showed everyone his actual personality.
He's having fun with it now, isn't he? And once you start having fun with it, it makes it a different thing. I'm not saying he's had fun throughout his career, but obviously he was paid the big dollar to go out and win championships and do all that.
It was business. Hey, it was big business. When you're being paid hundreds of thousands to do a job, that's what you've got to focus on.
Yeah, he felt he had to do that, and that was his character. We all known people that know what he's been like down the years. He's got big out the door moment for, was that Sean Mahoney, or is it's somebody on a KTM? It looked like one of the Gabriel SS 2014 riders. Clark of the course. Paul Irwin is out there picking the bike up. Couldn't quite see who that was. We'll try and work that out by process of elimination when we get a full lap.
Dropping down the order.
Let's just go, going back to results by class. Callum Mitchell is currently now leading MX2, so he's worked his way up. Charlie Heyman has come up to third. Bailey Johnson is still in second.
Jake Millward moving up a spot as well. Oh, we are losing someone. Who's going down?
Well, we need to find somebody who isn't circulating around the track. Joe Brooks.
Jamie Wainwright seems to be dropping down the order as well. Few riders losing some positions.
Just trying to see here on our timing. We got a little blue line that indicates where they are on the circuit, and obviously if that blue line stops moving.
Do you know what? That's a shame for Jamie, because he got third in the first race, and that would have been a podium overall where he was running, I presume.
So you're okay. So you're calling that as, you think that's Jamie Wainwright?
But then is that Jamie back on the bike there? But I know he's lost an awful lot of positions, so he must have been down.
Whoever it was, they had a big one, a big perler.
There we are.
Just can't zone it. That definitely looks like a Gabriel machine to me, which would indicate that would be Sean Mahoney, I think. Yeah. I think he's the only Gabriel SS24 rider out there at present.
Yeah, I think they opted out of racing today, the Gabriel team.
If that's not Sean, we can only apologise for giving the...
it looks like a single-digit number.
It's a 250, definitely, and that looks like the orange, white and blue of a Gabriel SS24 KTM.
Yeah.
Right, we have got 17 minutes gone. There's just shy of 3 minutes to go, plus a lap in this final moto of round one. of the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee, here at this fantastic new venue. Unfortunately, everybody's not got to see it in its true potential. It started to come good yesterday, like we said, and you could kind of see in the racing yesterday how the track was developing, more line choice, all that kind of stuff. So, saw a little glimpse of how great this facility can be.
We did have the sunshine.
Yes.
Sunshine.
Not today.
What was that song? I can't remember now. Was that Oasis or something?
Yes, that was. Don't
Throwing
start
it back.
singing.
What's going on with me? Late on in the day, this always happens. Start getting a slight bit of insanity creeping through. Well, 2 minutes left on the clock. Conrad Muse still performing faultlessly. 15 seconds in the lead now over Harry Koulas. 2:09 as well, so got a bit quicker again. He's just been really good all day, hasn't he? Completely solid. Looks like he's a little bit stung.
Well, that bike came over and did the classic. If you go over the front door, get out the front, then you end up the risk of being hit by your own bike, and that's, yeah, look what happened to Sean Mahoney, who's disappeared off our list. So we think we've got that right in that judgment call. Suddenly not circulating anymore on our leaderboard. So I think that is the young Welshman, a baptism of fire, moving into the pro ranks straight from the youth category on a stupidly tough Motocross circuit.
I mean, it doesn't get any rougher than this. Someone just messaged me, goes, MXNationals looks like Skegness this weekend, referring to the beach race, obviously.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's this is tough. This is real tough stuff. But fortunately, we are here, because if we were anywhere else, we wouldn't have been able to run a meeting this weekend.
No.
It would have been impossible.
And the other thing I'd like to highlight with that, for those of you that follow British motocross will know, and this is a talking point, but we're not going to get into it right now, I can tell you that. We have so many events in the UK, different championships to race, different whatever, trying to sync a calendar where you're not stepping on each other's toes regarding the championships and stuff like that. So when you do have to postpone an event, there's not many places you can fit it back in.
It's
challenging. If we hadn't run this weekend after the postponement of round one, where would we have fitted it in? So yeah, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, most countries just have one federation that people ride under. We have multiple. God knows how, but anyway, we do.
But that's a debate for social media, not between you and I here and now.
No,
we're focusing on the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee, in its 10th year, and my, how the series has grown from its beginnings now to just said, so many people want to race this series. A lot of riders have been turned away with regards of a registration to ride because we've been oversubscribed. Can't see who that is smoking down the far end of the rollers. And I don't mean a fan, by the way, I mean a rider.
I mean, the oversubscription has been happening for the last 3 years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We've been absolutely inundated with people wanting to come and ride the series. And partly because of this fantastic live stream that the guys put on. You know, I know Neil and Paul put their necks on the line to do this, and it's brought a lot of attention to the series.
First started live streaming in COVID. Neil thought, well, we can't get fans out, so let's do this. It's evolved. It is free of charge. Remember that. We are not asking you for a subscription, which ultimately ends up paying for the stream. It's all coming out from people good enough to put their money on the line and sponsor the stream, all those kind of things, so you guys can watch it free of charge.
Yeah, and if you are watching the stream and you feel like you want to be a part of it and you want to advertise with the MX Nationals, get in touch. Send the MX Nationals an email. Get in touch with Paul or Neil, and we could be featuring your business on these advert breaks. One lap
to go then. So Conrad Muse, we just missed him coming over the line. 1 to go. So I am going to go and get ready to catch up with Conrad. Callum will bring these riders home, and then we'll, if he keeps it on 2 wheels, I will be speaking to Conrad Muse in a short while.
You've just cursed him now, Jeff. Well done. I'm sure Conrad's got it all under control, and just managing that 15-second gap, which is quite a ridiculous amount of time to be in the lead. And Harry Kulas just behind him. Josh Gilbert still running in 3rd, and then it should be John Adamson. Martin Barr, nice top 5 for Martin Barr. I know he had an issue last weekend at the Revo Championship where he had to lose a motorcycle, I think, through a bit of a coolant issue. Tom Grimshaw there in 6th. 7th, we've got Dan Thornhill. 8th, moving up to 8th, actually, Callum Mitchell. 9th, Gavin Stevenson. And rounding out the top 10, Bailey Johnson. Bailey Johnson, though, is romping the MX2. But Jake Millward, the guy I mentioned I expected a little bit more of at the start of this stream, has started closing that gap up. I think, no, Callum Mitchell, sorry, is leading the way. My mistake. Bailey Johnson 2nd. Jake Millward's worked his way up to 3rd and is running in the 224s. Bailey Johnson 225. So Jake Millward trying everything on the 303 to reel his teammate in on the other Verde Shillo KTM. But Callum Mitchell, looking at this, looks in control at the minute. Got a little bit of a gap, couple of seconds. Actually, nearly 10 seconds actually. So Callum Mitchell well in control of this Pro MX2 action, brought to you by Apico Factory Racing. We should be wrapping up pretty soon. Conrad Muse pulling up to meet Jeff. And look at that. Look at the scenes. Bailey Johnson's dad, all absolutely buzzing with an overall pro win. His first overall pro win, and that is going to be memorable. We're going to throw to Jeff now. That's it for me. Over and out, and Jeff will end the stream with you guys. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll be here for round 2 of the Michelin MX Nationals. See you in a minute.
Okay, here we are down here. What a battle it has been here at Oakhanger for round 1 of the Michelin MX Nationals. I was going to say, well, this is what motocross is all about, but it's not. But we race in all conditions. Conrad taking a 1-1, flipping it round from last week. 2-2, 1-1. There's riders going everywhere. We need to get run over. Conrad, try and describe what that was like out there. I mean, tough conditions, maybe not quite as bad as last week, but what a difference from last week a start makes.
Yeah, honestly, had 2 amazing starts today. The bike is absolutely incredible. We didn't get the best of starts last week, but we went back and worked together as a team, and they done fantastic. And look at them at the gate today. So yeah, hats off to them guys. The bike didn't miss a beat for both motos. This is by far one of the gnarliest races I've ever done. It was a lot tougher than last week because last week was a slower pace. Today we were really having to put the hammer down, and we were having to deal with all the ruts and the bog and the bumps. So yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone that stood out in the rain today and supported us and stayed with us, and yeah, awesome weekend.
Just very quickly, from a rider's standpoint, you've now ridden around it in wet conditions. In your opinion, what's the potential of this venue if we came back in dry weather?
Oh, honestly, I keep saying to the team and the organisers that I speak to that it's such a shame that we've had this weather these last 2 weekends, you know. This place would be absolutely incredible in when we've had no rain, you know. For sure one of the best tracks in the UK. So hopefully if we come back again, we can come back and it won't have the weather we've had this time.
And you'll be much cleaner and be able to see all your sponsors. Just do you want to give a quick shout out to your team? Obviously they work really hard in tough conditions.
Yeah, definitely. Massive shout out to my mechanic Rob, all the mechanics Willie, Ryan, 4Power Racing, the boss Dave, all my family and friends, my girlfriend. Couldn't do it without all of you, so thanks a lot.
Do you know what? He hasn't even got any dirt between his teeth in this one, incredibly, but his face is covered in it. Conrad's going to go back and celebrate with his team. We're going to stay live because we are going to speak to Bailey Johnson. I think it will work over there. I don't want to get Bailey to move because he's put so much effort in. Let's see if we got enough wire. No, you stay there, dude. I think we got enough. Bailey Johnson. Let me just say this, okay? I want you to soak this up. Taking your first pro race win today, then backing it up with your first pro overall. Bailey Johnson, series leader of the Michelin MXNationals. How does that feel? Can you put that into words?
Well, it's amazing. I've always dreamed of doing in a pro class. Obviously, I've come up, I've had a few British titles, but to do it in a pro class and go 1-1 on the day, like the first motor were good, but to then back it up again and after pass from Leatt it's unbelievable, you know. Like all the hard work I've put in it's paid off finally.
You were carrying, like in your rookie year, you've had, like a lot of them do, difficult injuries to deal with, whatever. Have you ever been down that dark road where you think, you know, you're not getting anywhere, you know, this sport is brutal? Did you ever have moments where you think you would never get to this stage?
Well, I've put my life into it, so I've had some horrible injuries where I've had 12 months off a bike, but I've always wanted to race. It's just what I do. I couldn't think of what else to do other than race a bike around tracks like this.
So this morning when the rain was coming down and we were saying, are we going to race, are we not going to race? Are you glad that we did?
Yeah, I didn't even want to race this morning. I wanted it to be cancelled to get back in van and go home, but I'm glad it's run now. I'm over at Moon with today.
Yeah, I bet Dad did. Dad's over the moon. Listen, you've got an incredible team behind you, so this is your moment to give them the props they deserve. Give them a big shout out.
Yeah, thanks very much to the whole Verde team, Nikki, AD, Chris, all of them, everyone behind me, and MJW specialist for the engines, getting me out the gate and that today. Everything's just been really good. Justin for the coaching over winter in Spain that I've put all of the hard work in. Everything's just come together. Thanks very much, everybody.
Well, you go and enjoy it with your team. Get yourself a night hot shower. I want to shake your hand. Well done, dude, because we followed your journey all the way from being a youth rider. It's so cool when you see a rider take his first race win, let alone first national win. Well done, Bailey Johnson. We got it done. We managed to get the free done, the stream done. It's been a difficult few weeks here at Oakhanger. Fingers crossed we will be back here in drier conditions next year. The Michelin MXNationals powered by Milwaukee is underway. We're going back racing. Round 2 is going to be at the beginning of April at a brand new track, Monster Mountain, down there in Merthyr Tydfil in Wales. Hopefully you'll join us then. Keep following us on social media. Thanks to everybody that came out and watched in challenging conditions this weekend. We'll be back just over a month's time. Thanks for tuning in, people. We'll see you then. Let's just keep this thing rolling. Until next time, keep on rocking in the free wheel. We'll see you then.
Well done, sir. That was fantastic.
Happy with that? He hasn't seen it yet. He'll watch it when he goes home.